ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन दो एयरपोर्ट बनने।
And I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyle.
Well, good morning and welcome. This is Live and Breaking on Republic TV and I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. First up, we take you through the top stories we're tracking here. Mahua payoff scandal investigation gets bigger. The ethics panel is set to table its report in Parliament today. With no consensus on chief ministers yet, the BJP's top brass will be picking out observers today. Big development in the Disha Salyan murder case. The Maharashtra government is ready to disclose names of investigators. Big development in the Disha Salyan murder case. The Maharashtra government is ready to disclose names of investigators.
कांग्रेस से बार-बार सभी दल, हमारे नेता माननीय नीतीश जी भी, माननीय ममता जी भी और अखिलेश जी भी बोल रहे हैं कि आप पहले नेतृत्व, किसके नेतृत्व में हम 24 का चुनाव लड़ेंगे वो नाम तय होनी चाहिए और सीट शेयरिंग होनी चाहिए।
After the TMC, JDU and SP give an ultimatum to the Congress seat sharing first, meetings later. Well, the Congress party has issued a 3-line whip to its MPs as a report by the Lok Sabha Ethics Committee in connection with the Trinamool Congress MP Mahua Moitra's cash for query case will be tabled in the Lok Sabha today. The development comes after several opposition members insisted on discussions of the ethics panel's recommendations before a decision is taken on the Trinamool Congress MP. So a whip has been issued by the Congress to make sure that all its members are present in Parliament today. Let's listen into what Mahua Moitra has said.
लग रहा है क्या लग रहा है
आपको? खुशी लग रही है कि एक्शन होगा।
हमारे बंगाली में एक पोएम है काजी नजरुल का, অসত্যের কাছে কভু নত নাহি করো শির, ভয় কাঁপে কাপুরুষ লড়ে যায় বীर। सो जब नाश मनुष्य पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है। तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्र हरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
जब तक कि वो सार्वजनिक नहीं हो जाए तब तक मुझे नहीं लगता कि कभी किसी को उसके एग्जैक्ट चीजों के बारे में जानकारी है। ये एथिक्स कमेटी और माननीय स्पीकर साहब के बीच में भी है। जब आज वो लोकसभा में पेश होगा तो वो आम जनता के बीच में होगा। जब पता चलेगा, मैं भी आम जनता हूं, तो जब वो पता चलेगा तो ही इसके ऊपर प्रतिक्रिया देना मुझे लगता है कि भारत का संविधान इसी तरह की इजाजत देता है। मैंने आपको कहा ना कि डिस्कशन होगा कि नहीं होगा, कौन बोलेगा नहीं बोलेगा, ये सब तो स्पीकर साहब तय करते हैं ना, रूल यही कहता है। तो स्पीकर साहब क्या करेंगे, वो अभी से एंटीसिपेट कोई कर लिया तो हम उसके बारे में क्या प्रतिक्रिया देंगे। मैंने यही कहा ना, संविधान इसमें बहुत ही क्लियर है। उस लोकसभा में क्या चलेगा क्या नहीं चलेगा, इवन पार्टी यदि नाम देगी मेरा बोलने के लिए और स्पीकर साहब की सहमति नहीं होगी तो मैं नहीं बोल पाऊंगा। स्पीकर साहब को हमने इतना अधिकार दिया, इसी कारण से ये संविधान चल पा रहा है, लोकसभा चल पा रही है। तो पहले होने दीजिए ना, इसके बाद सब चीजों का जवाब दूंगा मैं।
तो रिपोर्ट पेश होना तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है अभी।
क्या मतलब
आगे की कार्रवाई स्पीकर साहब तय करेंगे कि वैसे रूल्स जो इसमें स्पष्ट है कि जो रूल्स 316 है उसमें आधे घंटे की चर्चा का भी उसमें उल्लेख है, सारी चीजें उल्लेख है। पहले रिपोर्ट तो ले होने दो, उसके बाद हाउस में क्या कार्रवाई तय स्पीकर साहब करते हैं।
कोई प्रपोजल लिया जाएगा लोकसभा में?
देखिए, ये मैंने कहा ना, सब स्पीकर साहब तय करते हैं। स्पीकर साहब के सामने जब ये रिपोर्ट वो अनाउंस करेंगे, और आज शायद विनोद सोनकर जी के नाम से ही लगी हुई है जहाँ तक बिजनेस में मैंने देखा है, तो वो पेश करेंगे और जैसे पटल पे पेश हो जाएगी उसके बाद उस रिपोर्ट में क्या है, कितने पेज की है, क्या लिखा हुआ है, क्या रिकमेंडेशन है, उसका सदस्यगण अध्ययन करेंगे। उसके बाद चर्चा का कोई टाइम तय होगा, वो स्पीकर साहब ही तय करेंगे।
All right, so that's what's expected in Parliament today. Mahua Moitra, of course, spoke to the media right before her entry. Let me go across. I think we've got Nikita and Anuj live right now. Let me go across first to Anuj. Anuj, good morning. Anuj, of course, there's been a lot of back and forth in this case, and we have seen allegations and counters being traded. But politically, how do you see this snowballing in Parliament and outside of it today? Is the opposition, does the opposition rather have any plans?
Well, since from the day one, what we are seeing is that opposition is trying to defend Mahua, whereas if we talk about that what is expected in the parliament today, as we were talking to Nishikant Dubey also when he left from his residence from where I am reporting, then let me tell you that this is all going to be done by the procedure only. As Nishikant Dubey was also pointing out the same thing, that it will be decided by the speaker only, that if he is going to take the action today or not. Let me also brief you about the procedure, that how it will be taken. This is going to be tabled in the session today at around 12. What we have been told, this is going to happen, and it will be on the screen of every of the MP who is going to be present over there. Let me also remind you that yesterday this was 3-line whip which was issued by Bharatiya Janata Party, that all the MPs of BJP is going to be present in the house today. When this will be tabled, this will be on the table of every of the MP who is going to be present in the house today. They are going to go through that particular report which has been submitted to the Speaker Om Birla by the Ethics Committee. The Ethics Committee member has already submitted the report, and every of the member is going to go through that report. After that, this is going to be the discussion on the same. That's something what has been categorically stated by Nishikant also. This is going to be the discussion on the findings of that particular report, that what exactly the Ethics Committee member and the chairman has found in this investigation. We do remember this was Nishikant Dubey who was summoned, this was Mahua who was summoned, the lawyer was summoned, and the questioning was done. After the findings, now this is going to be tabled today, and then this is expected that voting will be done in the House itself. And as we have seen, if we talk about the example, what happened back in 2005 when 11 MPs were suspended in the same kind of case, then this is very much expected that the action can be taken. But this is important to mention over here, this is not mandatory that this is going to happen today only. If we talk about the action, that depends. It may happen today also, the action can be taken today also if any action will be taken, or it may be happening tomorrow or day after tomorrow in the parliament itself, because it is Saturday and Sunday, parliament will not be working. There is highly expected that after tabling that particular report, the speaker will be doing the discussion, the house member will be doing the discussion, the voting will be done, and later it is going to be the action whatsoever it is, whether she is going to be expelled or what action, whatsoever action that is going to be taken by the speaker. If we talk about the political ramifications of the same, then yes, as you pointed it out very rightly, this is attack and the counter attack since from the day one what we are seeing. We have seen Danish Ali, one of the member of the ethics committee, was being very vocal and pointing out the question on the chairman.
Right.
We have seen none other but Mahua herself was pointing out and alleging many allegations was put in by Mahua against the chairman and the other ethics committee member. So the political ramification of the same will be that this is again going to be the attack and the counter attack, but this is to wait and watch what exactly will be having will be coming out, I beg your pardon, after that particular report will be tabled and the voting will happen in the House itself. Yes.
All right, stay with us. I'm going to go back now to Nikita. Nikita, in a sense, Mahua Moitra, of course, has set the tone for what's expected with her comments just a while ago as she entered Parliament.
Absolutely. When Mahua Moitra came today, she said that now Durga ji has come here, referring to goddess Durga, and she also quoted Ramdhari Singh's Rashmi Rathi poem saying, "Jab nash manuj par chhata hai, pehle vivek mar jata hai." I'm not very clear on that. Kiska, whose nash is she talking about? Because it is her big day today, as the ethics committee report is going to be tabled today, any time in the afternoon today, because there's this big cash for query allegation against Mahua Moitra, which had raised this major uproar a couple of months back when on 15th of October, Nishikant Dubey, in his letter to the Speaker of Lok Sabha, had said that Mahua Moitra, all this while being an MP in the Indian Parliament, had been posing questions not in the interest of the nation, but committing a big act against the nation. She was asking questions in the interest of a business tycoon. We know who it is, Darshan Hiranandani. And today is the day when the ethics panel committee against Mahua Moitra, the report of ethics panel committee is going to be finally tabled on 9th of November. After this allegation made by Nishikant Dubey, the ethics panel committee had recommended expulsion of Mahua Moitra, because this is what happens when a scam as big cash for query scam takes place. In 2005 also something like this had happened, when 11 MPs, 10 from Lok Sabha and 1 from Rajya Sabha, were expelled. So today is a big day for Mahua Moitra, who just now compared herself to goddess Durga. As this ethics committee report is going to be panelled, BJP, TMC and Congress have issued whips for all their MPs to be present when this whole discussion will go on. The opposition had called the meeting of ethics committee panel on the 9th of November a fixed match, and so today they have requested for an open discussion.
All right. So as Nikita is saying, of course, we'll have to wait and watch out for the fireworks that are expected inside and outside of Parliament. But let's once again listen into that comment that came in from Mahua Moitra. Her body language, her tone, obviously seeming to indicate that she is ready to fight it out.
क्या लग रहा है आपको?
खुशी लग रही है कि एक्शन होगा।
हमारे बंगाली में एक पोएम है काजी नजरुल का, অসত্যের কাছে কভু নত নাহি করো শির, ভয় कापे कापुरुष लौड़े जाए वीर। सो जब नाश मनुज पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्र हरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू। क्या लग रहा है आपको?
खुशी लग रही है कि एक्शन होगा।
हमारे बंगाली में एक पोएम है काजी नजरुल का, অসত্যের কাছে কভু নত নাহি করো শির, ভয় कापे कापुरुष लौड़े जाए वीर। सो जब नाश मनुज पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्र हरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
In fact, the Congress party has issued a whip to all its parliamentarians to be present inside Parliament today. Let's listen to comments that we are getting from the Congress now.
पब्लिक डोमेन में है अभी।
क्या मतलब
आगे की कार्रवाई स्पीकर साहब तय करेंगे कि वैसे रूल्स जो इसमें स्पष्ट है कि जो रूल्स 316 है उसमें आधे घंटे की चर्चा का भी उसमें उल्लेख है, सारी चीजें उल्लेख है। पहले रिपोर्ट तो ले होने दो, उसके बाद हाउस में क्या कार्रवाई तय स्पीकर साहब करते हैं।
Today, this committee report is tabling, already included in the list of business in Lok Sabha. Let us see what report is there going to table in the House. If the report is expelling for Mahua Moitra TMC MP, so we will oppose tooth and nail.
And going now across to the other big story we've been tracking over the murder of the Karni Sena Chief in Jaipur. Republic TV has now managed to access footage from outside the residence. Now this footage in fact shows the accused fleeing the scene after shooting at the Karni Sena Chief Sukhdev Singh Gogamehri. Now in these pictures it's extremely clear that these shooters come out of the home and then try to flee. The police of course have been investigating this case, and there are teams that have been formed from the Rajasthan police to try and nab the accused. There have been new links that have been established to the Bishnoi gang, and that is also under investigation. Right now on your screens is the footage rather from both inside and outside the residence. The new footage that has been accessed by Republic TV clearly shows these people essentially shooting at the Karni Sena Chief and then escaping from the crime scene. Now, the Karni Sena Chief, of course, was taken to hospital. However, he was declared brought dead, and the shooters, of course, had shot at him from point-blank range. They had pretended to be people who'd come to meet him and then taken out their weapons and shot at him. Since that, of course, there have been questions raised about the kind of security that should have been provided to him, given the fact that he had in the past complained to the police that he feared for his life. The Karni Sena Chief died immediately after the shooting incident, and of course there have been 2 bunds that have been across Rajasthan demanding a thorough investigation and more security be given to the outfit and to its members. And here's a look at what else is making news today. Now, the Ethics Committee report, which suggests the expulsion of the Trinamool Congress member Mahua Moitra in connection with an alleged cash for query case, will be presented in the Lok Sabha today. The BJP is likely to name central observers for electing leaders of its legislative parties in Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, amid indications of the new chief ministerial choices. The Prime Minister Narendra Modi will interact with beneficiaries of the Viksit Bharat Sankalp Yatra via video conferencing. The Prime Minister will also be addressing the gathering on the occasion. After the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis wrote to the NCP rival faction chief Ajit Pawar opposing Nawab Malik's induction into the ruling alliance in the state, the NCP leader Jayant Patil on Thursday called the move an attempt to provide an explanation to the people of Maharashtra. MEA has said that the Indian ambassador to Qatar has met the 8 retired Indian Navy personnel who were handed the death sentence by a Qatari court in October. The MEA spokesperson Arindam Bagchi said that 2 hearings of the appeal against the death sentence have already taken place. Schools and colleges in Chennai are closed today due to relief work in areas adversely affected by the rainfall. Several regions remain inundated in Chennai due to the heavy rainfall caused by cyclone Michaun in the last few days. The BSF, in a joint operation with the Punjab Police, have recovered a Pakistani drone in the Amritsar sector. The BSF Punjab Frontier said Friday. According to officials, the drone was recovered from the farming field adjacent to the Dhano Kalan village in Amritsar. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, in his remarks while addressing the 6th NSA level meeting of the CSC in Mauritius, underlined the importance of the regional grouping in ensuring security and stability in the region. Well, the Reserve Bank of India's Monetary Policy Committee has kept the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5%, while the growth projection has been raised to 7% for the current financial year from 6.5% earlier.
The detailed assessment of the evolving macroeconomic and financial developments and the outlook, of course, The Monetary Policy Committee decided unanimously to keep the policy repo rate unchanged at 6.5%. Consequently, the standing deposit facility rate remains at 6.25% and the marginal standing facility, that is MSF rate, and the bank rate at 6.75%. The MPC also decided by a majority of 5 out of 6 members to remain focused on withdrawal of accommodation to ensure that inflation progressively aligns to the target while supporting growth. I shall now briefly set out the rationale for these decisions. Since the last policy, CPI headline inflation moderated to 4.9% in October from 7.4% in July. The moderation was observed in all components of CPI, namely food, fuel and core, that is CPI excluding food and fuel. There has been broad-based easing in core inflation, which is indicative of successful disinflation through monetary policy actions. The near-term outlook, however, is masked by risks to food inflation, which might lead to an inflation uptick in November and possibly in December. This needs to be watched for second-round effects, if any. Domestic economic activity is holding up well as assessed in the previous MPC meetings and as reflected in the GDP growth for the second quarter of this year.
You're watching Republic TV, and on the other side, it's a big development in the Disha Salyan murder case. The Maharashtra government is ready to disclose the names of investigators.
Welcome to the third edition. And the highlight of this edition, and I've thought about this for a while, I've deliberated about this myself, always wanted to do it, but I think the time has come. It gives me immense pride to announce at this platform today the launch of the 5th mega news brand from the Republic Media Network, Republic Business.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
See ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented, and we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. It is amazing transformation. I want you to tell people कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है, छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं शहर, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030
Now, the BJP has released a list of observers who will be designated by the BJP central leadership for the election of the chief ministers, rather the naming of the chief ministers in the 3 states. This list of observers includes Rajnath Singh, Vinod Tawre, Saroj Pandey for Rajasthan, Manohar Lal Khattar, K. Lakshman, Asha Lakra for Madhya Pradesh, and Arjun Munda, Sarbanand Sonowal and Dushyant Kumar Gautam for Chhattisgarh. So there will of course be deputed, and we are still awaiting the names essentially of the chief ministerial candidates. There have been several meetings between the BJP's top brass and the heavyweights in each of these states, but no names have been released yet. Let me go across to Madhurima, who's joining us live from New Delhi, and she has more details. Madhurima, take us through what we're expecting as far as this is concerned. Now, they've released a list of observers, but there's still no clarity yet on the names of the chief ministers.
Well, look, what needs to be seen here is that the BJP is trying to bring up new faces and the faces that will...
Madhurima? All right, I think we seem to have lost that audio connection with Madhurima. We're going to try and get her back in just a bit. We step into a very short break. More on the other side. Stay with us.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
And here's a quick recap of our top stories. The Mahua payoff scandal investigation gets bigger. Ethics panel is set to table a report in Parliament today. With no consensus on the chief ministers yet, the BJP's top brass pick observers. Republic accesses fresh CCTV footage in video. Shooters are seen fleeing the spot. Big development in the Disha Salyan case. The Maharashtra government is ready to disclose names of investigators. And after the TMC, JDU and SP give an ultimatum to the Congress, seat sharing first, meetings later. Well, the BJP has released a list of observers for the three states where it won a landslide victory. Rajnath Singh, Vinod Taure, Saroj Pandey have been made observers for Rajasthan. Manohar Lal, K. Lakshman and Asha Lakra are for Madhya Pradesh, and Arjun Munda, Sarbanand Sonowal and Dushyant Kumar Gautam are observers for Chhattisgarh. Now, this even as the wait for the chief ministerial announcement to be made is still awaited. Now, do remember that the BJP has been meeting the heavyweights of each of these states, but we still don't have any names in terms of who could be the chief minister. The party went into elections on the Prime Minister's development agenda, and that is what it has been voted in for. So obviously it's going to take a while for them to decide on the chief ministerial phase, given the fact that the 2024 general elections are just around the corner. So what we are told now is that these observers will be selecting the chief ministerial candidates. Let me go across to Madhurima, who's on the phone line with us. Madhurima, take us through what you're hearing in terms of how this process will now go forward. They've appointed these observers, but we still don't really have any concrete names in terms of who is going to be the chief minister of these three states.
Well, Nupur, what we're learning from our sources in the Bharatiya Janata Party is that the BJP now wants a strong name to come out in all the three respective states, specifically because whosoever will be the chief minister in all these three states should have the capability of translating, translating seats in the Lok Sabha elections that are scheduled to happen in 2024. So that's a very crucial decision. As far as if we talk about Madhya Pradesh, remember that initially there was a fatigue factor, and where it was being said that the incumbent Shivraj Singh Chauhan would might not be able to enthrall the kind of votes that would lead BJP to victory, but that happened. But remember that the three states went to election with the tagline Modi ki guarantee. So it is, and they won on that tagline only. And specifically in, if we talk about Rajasthan as well, though is there any unrest or not, that has also not come out. No leader making any statement. So like the opposition has been asserting that if there is an unrest, is there a divide? So that has not come to the fore. That could be opposition trying to mint political benefit out of it. But yes, the BJP has selected this list of observers. Now they'll go to these respective states. They'll hold meetings with all those candidates candidates who have won the legislatures over there, and after that they'll come into consensus, and then a final name will be decided. So the idea behind selecting these observers is to send them to state to speak to all the legislatures over there and then come to a decision, keeping in mind that these states will also have to perform in 2024 in order to bag victory in the general elections as well. Nupur.
All right, Madhurima, thank you very much for joining us. We are going to come back to you for more details on this. Right now, what we are learning, and we're going to head across to the Parliament on this one. So what we are learning on this one is that the motion on Mahua Moitra is to be brought by the Union Minister Prahlad Joshi. Now, do remember that we were expecting the report of the ethics panel to be tabled in Parliament, and this even as the Congress party has issued a 3-line whip asking all its parliamentarians to be present, as the Ethics Committee's report is likely to be tabled in Parliament. The Ethics Committee was tasked with looking into the cash for query case. It had held 3 hearings in which it essentially listened to the charges, and thereafter, of course, also listened to the defense that was put up by Mahua Moitra. The motion will be brought by Prahlad Joshi. We are also learning that the opposition was very keen that there be a discussion in Parliament over this, and that is something that is going to take place. The BJP has, of course, the BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has accused Mahua Moitra of using her credentials and asking questions linked to a businessman, Mr. Hiranandani, and he alleges that she was paid in terms of cash and expensive gifts. And here's what Mahua Moitra has said right ahead of arriving in Parliament.
क्या लग रहा है आपको?
खुशी लग रही है कि एक्शन होगा।
हमारे बंगाली में एक पोएम है काजी नजरुल का, অসত্যের কাছে কভু নত নাহি করো শির, ভয় कापे कापुरुष लौड़े जाए वीर। सो जब नाश मनुष्य पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है। तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्र हरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
जब तक कि वो सार्वजनिक नहीं हो जाए तब तक मुझे नहीं लगता कि कभी किसी को उसके एग्जैक्ट चीज़ों के बारे में जानकारी है। ये एथिक्स कमेटी और माननीय स्पीकर साहब के बीच में भी है। जब आज वो लोकसभा में पेश होगा तो वो आम जनता के बीच में होगा। जब पता चलेगा, मैं भी आम जनता हूं, तो जब वो पता चलेगा तो ही इसके ऊपर प्रतिक्रिया देना मुझे लगता है कि भारत का संविधान इसी तरह की इजाजत देता है। मैंने आपको कहा ना कि डिस्कशन होगा कि नहीं होगा।
सदन की बाहर कितने सारे इवेंट बनाए जाते हैं, प्रचार में महिला महिला महिला। मोदी जी की ये महिला भजन हम तो सुनते हैं, और वो एक महिला सांसद के खिलाफ इस तरीके की बदला लेने की क्यों चाहते हैं, ये मुझे बड़ा ताजुब लग रहे हैं। ऐसा क्या गलती की है जिसके लिए सदन से ही निकलना जरूरी था? क्या सदन के अंदर उनसे सबको सामने नहीं पूछा जा सकते? और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि देखो, अगर न्यायालय ने भी किसी को फांसी की सजा सुनाते हैं, उस समय भी उनको बोलने का मौका दिया जाते हैं कि भाई तुम्हारा फांसी की सजा हो गई, अगर तुम कुछ कहना चाहते हो तो कह सकते, ये अवसर दिए जाते हैं। लेकिन यह वो भी नहीं है। इस तरीके की मतलब एक किस्म के बड़ा तानाशाही स्वरूप अपनाते हुए आज ये एक क्रूर नजीर पेश होने जा रहे हैं। नया संसद की सबसे बड़ा कलंक दिन आज से ही शुरू होने वाला है।
All right, so that was, of course, Adhir Ranjan from the Congress party over there saying that he believes this is a political witch hunt, and that's been really the line from the opposition parties. Let's also listen in to what Arjun Ram Meghwal has said.
तो रिपोर्ट पेश होना तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है अभी।
क्या मतलब
आगे की कार्रवाई स्पीकर साहब तय करेंगे कि वैसे रूल्स जो इसमें स्पष्ट है कि जो रूल्स 316 है उसमें आधे घंटे की चर्चा का भी उसमें उल्लेख है, सारी चीजें उल्लेख है। पहले रिपोर्ट तो ले होने दो, उसके बाद हाउस में क्या कार्रवाई तय स्पीकर साहब करते हैं।
सर, आज कोई प्रपोजल लिया जाएगा लोकसभा में?
देखिए, ये मैंने कहा ना, सब स्पीकर साहब तय करते हैं। स्पीकर साहब के सामने जब ये रिपोर्ट वो अनाउंस करेंगे, और आज शायद विनोद सोनकर जी के नाम से ही लगी हुई है जहाँ तक बिजनेस में मैंने देखा है, तो वो पेश करेंगे और जैसे पटल पे पेश हो जाएगी उसके बाद उस रिपोर्ट में क्या है, कितने पेज की है, क्या लिखा हुआ है, क्या रिकमेंडेशन है, उसका सदस्यगण अध्ययन करेंगे। उसके बाद चर्चा का कोई टाइम तय होगा और वो स्पीकर साहब ही तय करेंगे।
All right, let's go across to Nikita right now. Nikita, give us a sense of what we're expecting in a short while from now. Of course, Mahua Moitra gave an extremely fiery response to all the reporters who were speaking to her before she made her way into Parliament. I don't think we've got Nikita quite yet with us. But in the meanwhile, let's listen into more comments.
देखिए, महुआ मोइत्रा ने जिस प्रकार का जघन्य अपराध किया है, इसका उन्हें दंड मिलना चाहिए। और ये तो क्या नाम है, जो उन्होंने कृत्य किया है वो लोकतंत्र के साथ धोखा है, देश की इज्जत के साथ धोखा है, संसद के साथ धोखा है। तो इस तरीके से तो लोकतंत्र ही समाप्त हो जाएगा यदि लोग पैसे लेकर के और सवाल पूछने लगेंगे धन के लालच में। तो आचार कमेटी ने जो सिफारिश की है, संसद को उसको स्वीकार करना चाहिए। और यदि संसद उनको दंडित करती है, उनकी सदस्यता समाप्त करती है, तो पूरा देश उसका स्वागत करेगा। मैं भी उसका स्वागत करूँगा।
देखिए, एथिक्स कमेटी ने रिपोर्ट दे दिया, अभी डिसाइड होगा। और हम लोग चाहते हैं कि देश का सुरक्षा का जो विषय आते हैं उसमें कोई पार्टी का नाम नहीं आता है कि कौन सा पार्टी को हम लोग क्या करें। इसमें कुछ राजनीति नहीं होना चाहिए, कांग्रेस से हो या टीएमसी से हो या जो भी पार्टी से हो। जो देश के साथ ये बेईमानी किया, देश का सुरक्षित का विषय में क्वेश्चन मार्क कर दिया, उसको तो शास्ति होना ही चाहिए। नहीं तो ये जो हम लोग लोकसभा बोलिए, राज्यसभा बोलिए, जो लोग प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं देश के लिए, इतना 140 करोड़ जनता का जो प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं, उसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन आ जाएगा। हम लोग चाहते हैं कि जल्द ही जल्द उसका डिसीजन हो जाए और इसको विषय में उसका शास्ति हो।
All right, let's go across to Nikita now. I think we do have her. Nikita, we just heard that fiery response coming in from Mahua Moitra. The opposition also seems to be turning up in large numbers. The Congress has already issued a whip to all its MPs to be present. Give us a sense of what we're expecting in a short while from now. I think the motion is likely to be introduced soon.
Absolutely, Nupur. Vinod Sonkar, who is also the head of the Ethics Committee panel, has confirmed that the motion will be tabled today and the report will also be tabled today. While we are here, as you just said, a lot of Member of Parliament's leaders are turning in. In fact, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has just said that this is BJP's vendetta politics and they don't have any basis for all these allegations they have made. So we are expecting a major furore today when this whole motion will be tabled, when the Ethics Committee report will be tabled, because on the 9th of November, the Ethics Committee panel had approved the expulsion of Mahua Moitra. On 2nd of November, Mahua Moitra was brought in for questioning on the basis of complaint made by Nishikant Dubey of BJP to Om Birla, saying that Mahua Moitra has been asking questions in the Parliament because she was paid for those questions, and they were not in the interest of the nation, but they were in the personal interest of a business company, a major tycoon. Now we know the name Darshan Hiranandani, and these are major allegations because it amounts to breach of privilege, it amounts to anti-national activities, because according to reports, Mahua Moitra's parliament credentials were also used from different locations, at least 3 such locations, for at least 47 times her parliament user ID and login credentials were used, and because they were, and that is how those questions were posted. They were not actually posted by Mahua Moitra, but they were posted by Darshan Hiranandani, who was given the password, and which Mahua Moitra has also accepted. While in his affidavit, Darshan Hiranandani has said that he did give her a lot of gifts, a lot of designer clothes, shoes, bags, even got her government house repaired, foreign trips and everything in lieu of this favor of providing him the parliamentary credentials, the login ID, password to be able to pose these questions. Also, a big scheme of event is that these questions were generally and mostly targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and also what questions Mahua Moitra had asked in the parliament in that duration were also used in the Hindenburg short-selling report, which was absolutely against the Adani company and had also caused a major loss to Adani, which were later on proved to be baseless. When this had happened, Adani had also, the company had given a statement saying that now we know why we suffered so much. So this whole question thing, what Mahua Moitra has been downplaying since it has come to light, saying that this is nothing but this is vendetta politics of BJP, this is a vendetta politics, or this is a fight with an ex-lover, a jilted lover, who happens to be a lawyer, Jai Anand Dehradun, or who had directly approached the CBI with a complaint saying that Mahua Moitra has been taking money for asking some very important questions in the parliament. In fact, 90% of the questions, if I would like to tell you, Nupur, 50 out of those 60 questions that she had asked in that duration were paid for. And what Mahua Moitra has been downplaying for so long is actually a major crime, because it amounts to committing anti-national activities when such a thing happens. Also, she has tried to say that I have no control on who uses my user ID and login, because on so many occasions I have to give it to assistants and everything. Not understanding probably that ultimately the responsibility lies with her. Now today when she came in, she also said now Durga has come here, and she also quoted Ramdhari Dinkar's Rashmi Rati's these lines. Jab nash
You're saying that obviously we'll have to wait and watch out for how this plays out in Parliament. We are expecting that to be tabled very, very soon. But let's listen in to what Vinod Sonkar has said.
आज कमेटी की रिपोर्ट पेश करेंगे पार्लियामेंट में?
जी आज कमेटी की रिपोर्ट पेश होगी।
सभी पक्षों को सुन लिया गया है? आज कमेटी की रिपोर्ट पेश करेंगे पार्लियामेंट में?
जी आज कमेटी की रिपोर्ट पेश होगी।
सभी पक्षों को सुन लिया गया है?
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026. We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
What this political continuity will mean for the Indian economy? You've got a free run for the next 5.5 years.
I said, let me take with the immediate short term. I haven't come to the medium term. Medium term for me is the next 5 years.
Till we are a 5 trillion economy, the world is curious about this. Between 5 and 10 trillion, which could happen in 5 years as Mr. Puri is predicting.
Political leadership is very critical for the country, and you need consistency and predictability of policy, and similarly you need continuity in leadership for a long time.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट, बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to do Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it.
News just coming in, we are learning that the senior Congress leader TB Jayachandran has reportedly invited Rahul Gandhi to contest from Tumkaru Lok Sabha constituency. This is Tumkur Lok Sabha constituency, I beg your pardon. This is news that's just coming in. We're going to get you more details, but we are given to understand that the Wayanad MP may be looking for another seat to contest in the 2024 elections, and the Karnataka Congress has invited Rahul Gandhi to contest from Karnataka. We're going to try and go across to our reporters to get us more details on this, but the Karnataka Congress has invited Rahul Gandhi to contest from Tumkur is the latest that we are getting. This invitation has been issued by the senior Congress leader TB Jayachandra. All right, so this is news that's just coming in. We're going to try and get more details on this, but what we are being told is that Rahul Gandhi could be looking for a safe seat, and that the Karnataka Congress has suggested that he contest from Tumkur, and do remember that he is an MP from Wayanad currently. And what we are learning is that he is not very confident of that, and that is why perhaps he's looking for another seat. The Congress in Karnataka did achieve a huge majority from Karnataka, and they formed a government over there. So it is looked upon largely as the Congress's safe area. You are watching Republic TV. We slip into a short break. On the other side, more news. With no consensus on the chief ministers yet, the BJP's top priority is to pick observers today.
Welcome to the third edition. And the highlight of this edition, and I've thought about this for a while, I've deliberated about this myself, always wanted to do it, but I think the time has come. It gives me immense pride to announce at this platform today the launch of the 5th mega news brand from the Republic Media Network, Republic Business.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
See ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented, and we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. It is amazing transformation. I want you to tell people कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी?
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है, छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है। आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की। अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी। अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा, अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा। पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने। How
Hello, very warm welcome. We are live in Breaking Republic TV. I'm Raksha Mishra with you. We'll get you the latest on Mahua payoff scandal. It's going to be tabled in the Lok Sabha today. Let's take a look at all the top stories before we get you the latest update on that.
मुझ पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्र हरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा।
Mahua payoff scandal investigation gets bigger. Ethics panel set to table report in the Parliament.
स्थगन प्रस्ताव के नोटिस को स्वीकृति नहीं दी है। सभा पटल पर रखे जाने वाले पत्र आइटम नंबर 2 श्रीपाद यशो नाइक जी mention my name at today's revised list of business. क्या हुआ क्या है? आप बैठ जाइए, आप बैठ जाइए प्लीज। क्या हुआ? बैठ जाइए। आइटम नंबर 3 श्री एसपी सिंह बघेल।
कार्यसूची में मेरे नाम के आगे क्रम संख्या 3 पर उल्लेखित कागज, हिंदी और अंग्रेजी सदन के पटल पर रखने की अनुमति चाहता हूँ।
आइटम नंबर 4 श्री अजय भट्ट जी। श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्यसूची में क्रम संख्या 4 पर माननीय रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय भट्ट जी के नाम के सम्मुख अंकित दस्तावेज की एक प्रति संस्करण मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूं। थैंक यू।
आइटम नंबर 5 डॉक्टर राजकुमार रंजन सिंह जी।
With your permission, I raise to lay on the table of the House the paper listed against my name at serial number 5 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
Item number 6, Dr. Bharti Pawar ji. Item number 7, श्री विनोद कुमार सोनकर जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके अनुमति से मैं आचार समिति का पहला प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 8 श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी।
मोदी सरकार प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के कार्यान्वयन का मूल्यांकन विभागों से संबंध आवासन के ऊपर सरकार द्वारा की गई कार्रवाई के बारे में 20वां प्रतिवेदन प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 9 श्री के मुरलीधरन जी।
तीरथ को बुला लीजिए।
श्री तीरथ सिंह रावत जी। रावत जी।
नहीं हुआ।
आइटम नंबर 10 श्री अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी।
सभापति महोदय, with your permission, I rise to announce the government business during the week commencing Monday, the 11th of December 2023 will consist of consideration of any item of the government business carried over. Today's order paper, it contains the discussion and voting of the first batch of supplementary demands for grants for the year 2023-24 and introduction, consideration, passing of the appropriation number 3 bill 2023.
Item number 9 Shri K. Muralidharan ji. Sir, I rise to lay on the table a copy each of 361, 362 and 363 reports of the department related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Transport, Tourism and Culture at serial number 9 today order paper. कृपया बैठ जाइए। अभी रिपोर्ट प्रस्तुत हुई है, केवल सदन के पटल पर प्रस्तुत हुई है, उस पर निर्णय सदन करेगा।
Chairperson sir, with your permission.
Please listen. Honorable Minister is reading.
I rise to announce that the government business during the week commencing Monday, the 11th of December 2023 will consist of consideration of any item of the government business carried over from the today's order paper. It contains discussion and voting on first batch of supplementary demand for grants for the year 2023-24 and introduction, consideration and passing of the appropriation number 3 bill 2023, discussion and voting of on the demands for excess grant for the year 2021 and introduction, consideration and passing of the related appropriation number 4 bill 2023 and third, consideration and passing of the post office bill 2023. Consideration and passing of the following bills. Number 1, Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023. Number 2, Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Sanhita 2023. Number 3, Bharatiya Sakshi Adhiniyam 2023. Number 4, the Constitution Jammu and Kashmir Scheduled Caste Order Amendment Bill 2023. And 5th, the Constitution Jammu and Kashmir Scheduled Tribe Order Amendment Bill 2023. Next, consideration and passing of the press and registration of the periodical bill 2023 as passed by the Rajya Sabha. Number 4, the consideration and passing of the following bills after their introduction. Number 1, the Central Goods and Services Tax Second Amendment Bill 2023 and the Provisional Collection of Taxes Bill 2023. Next, the consideration and passing of the Chief Election Commissioner and other election commissioners appointment, condition of service and term of office bill 2023 after it is passed by the Rajya Sabha. Thank you.
Please sit down. अभी सभा की कार्यवाही 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so there you have the report. The Ethics Committee report has been tabled in the Lok Sabha. BJP's Vijay Sonka, who was heading the committee, had tabled the report, and we were just seeing sloganeering that was happening. We've seen this sessions after sessions, in fact, that the opposition parties continue to sloganeer, and that's what happened. Uproar and sloganeering in the Lok Sabha. The House has been adjourned right now, and it will resume in a short while from now, and that is the latest. We have the Ethics Panel report on Moitra's cash for queries scam viewers has been now finally tabled in the Lok Sabha. It has been adjourned now. Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. this afternoon. But right now, it's the big update that we are getting in. There were chants of shame, and several other such chants by the opposition parties. You could just hear the noise, the commotion that was happening inside the parliament. We just saw sloganeering and uproar. And now we had Arjun Ram Meghwal also speaking. And amidst the uproar, we saw that the chair had adjourned the Lok Sabha till 2 p.m. But The big update is that in the cash for query scam, the ethics panel report on Mahua Moitra has been tabled. The ethics panel report has been tabled, and that is the big update, ladies and gentlemen, right now coming in from New Delhi, from the national capital, from the Parliament. Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 p.m. I'll get you more reactions also on that. But remember, it's the day when on the first day also it was speculated that this report will be tabled. It did not happen today. We expected that yesterday, last night in the list of business it was indicated, and now we have that that the Lok Sabha. The report has been tabled. Meanwhile, we see opposition parties opposing vehemently the report and calling out the government, calling out the ruling party. Now we are getting more and more updates. You can see there to the right of the screen was the moment when Mahua Moitra today reached the Parliament ahead of the report when it was to be tabled. And she, of course, speaking to the media, had said that she's ready for the Mahabharat. It's the Mahabharat is the war ground. It's the run of Mahabharat. All right, my colleague Harsha is joining us live from the Parliament as she tracks all the developments. Harsha, we just saw that the report was finally tabled, but the sloganeering, the uproar, of course, continues. We see this up session after session, and even when there is a question of ethics, the sanctity of the Parliament, of the democracy, it's a cash for query scam. It's a very, very serious charge. But the report is not even, it's being tabled. There is nobody passing judgments right now. It has just been tabled, and the opposition continued to sloganeer, we saw.
So, rightly stated, right now, what we saw that item number 7, it was Vinod Soka initially also stated that Mahua Moitra's report, Ethics Committee will present or table the report today on the floor of the House. And today, Vinod Sonkar, as he was speaking on it, and the entire report was tabled on the floor of the House, and the sloganeering continues, and the entire opposition leaders were continuously sloganeering while the chair was continuously asking them to keep mum and to listen to the MP Vinod Sonkar. But what we saw is that sloganeering continues, and amid that sloganeering, now the Lok Sabha has been adjourned till 2 o'clock. This is what we have learned right now, but we know that now the report of the Ethics Committee has been tabled on the floor of the House, and now it will be available to all the Member of Parliament in their system. Now all the Member of Parliament can go through the nitty-gritty and all the details of the report, exactly what has happened in this entire cash for query matter, and exactly what was the deposition of Nishikant and Mahua Moitra, and what was the entire case, and how Darshan Hira Nandani helped Mahua Moitra in exchange for cash and for drafting the questions in the entire for her entire 50 sessions till now what she has attended. And this we have got to know now. Now the entire report has been tabled by Ethics Committee. Now we have to wait and watch exactly whether there will be any discussion or what the call speaker will take on the allotment of time for the discussion on this entire Ethics Committee cash for query report, and also whether they will be voting or not. We'll get to know at 2 o'clock when again the Lok Sabha will resume. Back to you.
All right. Yes, Harsha, of course, it's a big update that is coming in right now. But help our viewers understand what will be the procedure right now. Of course, there has been a cash for query scam earlier. Also in 2005, we saw 11 MPs were suspended, were expelled. This time, of course, we're getting to know that in all likelihood that her expulsion from the Parliament is imminent. But how will the day pan out, if at all, this after tabling? What will we expect to happen in the Parliament once Lok Sabha resumes from 2 p.m.?
Possible that this time in this session, or today there will be no discussion because today is a private member bill day. Today is Friday, and there happens to be no discussion. Only private members will table their entire report, and that was the reason why Vinod Sonkar also tabled the report of the Ethics Committee. The procedure, the rule number 316 tells us that there could be discussion. The 30 minutes time has already been allotted for the discussion, but whether discussion will happen today or not, or whether it will happen on Monday, that is what we have to see, because Friday is a private bill day. So all the members of the Parliament have laid their private bills on the floor of the House. So what the protocol says is that now it has been tabled. There will be time of discussion from each and every party, and that was the reason, Rakshita, why a 3-line whip was issued by Congress, TMC and BJP all the three parties in this matter to be present inside Parliament today. It is also possible that after 2 o'clock, when the Lok Sabha will again resume, then the discussion could happen, and the voting, if will be allowed today or not, or it will be on Monday, that we have to wait and watch, because this is a very important cash for curry matter, and the proceedings depend on the speaker only, what he allows according to the rule. Back to you.
All right. Stay with us, Harsha. In fact, we're getting several reactions. Also, let's take a look at what Mahua Moitra had to say, in fact, ahead of this tabling of that report. Take a listen in, viewers.
क्या लग रहा है आपको?
खुशी लग रही है कि एक्शन होगा।
हमारे बंगाली में एक पोएम है काजी नजरुल का, অসত্যের কাছে কভু নত নাহি করো শির, ভয় कापे कापुरुष लौड़े जाए वीर। सो जब नाश मनुष्य पर छाता है, पहले विवेक मर जाता है। तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्र हरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू।
So that was Mahua Moitra trying to put up a brave front and, smiling very widely. We see her visuals entire winter session. She's been smiling and gleaming, showing that everything is all right, and that she will be, on the winning side. That's the front she's trying to put up. But the charges, of course, the allegations, of course, against her are very, very serious. Viewers, the report has now been tabled by the Ethics Committee panel, and of course, amidst the sloganeering, the activities could not continue. What we expect is that once Lok Sabha is resumed from 2 p.m., we will see some more action in the Parliament ahead of this, after this tabling of the bill. Remember, this was in the agenda of the lower house as well. But revised list of business for Friday issued by the Lok Sabha Secretariat listed this Ethics Committee report as agenda item number 7, with a list of other bills in question, which my colleague Harsha told us that it might not see, it might or might not see, any kind of voting on that table. That remains to be seen, because if voting happens, then it's imminent that Mahua Moitra will be expelled from the Parliament. So this is the latest update we have right now. My colleague Nikita Sahai joins us live from Vijay Chowk outside the Parliament. Nikita, we just saw what happened in the Parliament session after session. Of course, we've seen constant and unabated sloganeering and ruckus.
महिलाएं नारकीय जीवन व्यतीत कर रही हैं और आज़ादी के 75 साल बीत गया और अभी तक उनके बारे में किसी ने सोचा नहीं। और कांग्रेस ने जानबूझ करके मुस्लिम तुष्टीकरण की नीति अपनाते हुए ये क्या नाम है इसको लागू नहीं होने दिया। तो इसीलिए अब समय की आवश्यकता है, दुनिया में बदलाव आ रहा है, हर व्यक्ति।
Nikita Sahai is joining us from outside the Parliament. Okay, Nikita, as I was earlier talking to you and asking you about, we've seen that it's been a very significant day for Mahua Moitra. She's tried to put up a brave front, isn't it, when she was speaking to the media while she reached the Parliament, and she said that she's ready for this Mahabharat. But at the same time, we saw what happened. Even Vinod Sonkar was not even allowed to speak. There was such ruckus and sloganeering, unabated sloganeering by the opposition in the Parliament today, now that it had to be adjourned.
Absolutely, Rakshita. This is what is surprising, that Mahua Moitra uses the reference of Ma Durga when she is facing allegations of doing activities against the nation. Then she speaks of Mahabharat, which followed rules and regulations, and then they don't even let things happen peacefully in the Parliament, as it has been adjourned till 2 p.m. as we know now, after Vinod Sonkar of BJP, who is also the head of Ethics Panel Committee, he tabled it at number 7. So now only after 2 we will understand the situation when the Parliament, the Lok Sabha will resume. But as of now, as you also said, Mahua Moitra was also known for her fiery speeches and fiery examples. Today also made a very fiery entry in the Parliament for this particular day, as today the report by the Ethics Panel Committee has been tabled. It's a very important day for Mahua Moitra, because today the Ethics Panel Committee can the Lok Sabha can today take a decision as to whether she will be expelled as recommended by the ethics panel committee, or she can continue being the member of parliament. So it yet remains to be seen that once the Lok Sabha resumes, that what the next course of action will be. The BJP, the TMC and also Congress had issued whips to their members of parliament because they wanted the complete presence for this very purpose only, as the opposition had said that let's keep this ethics panel committee report open for discussion, and after complete discussion with all the parties and everything, only a decision should be taken. While Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has also alleged that this is vendetta politics what BJP is playing, and as we just saw that there was this huge loud furore in the parliament, in the Lok Sabha, as the report was being tabled with leaders of opposition shouting BJP hi and dictatorship nahi chalegi. So it is yet to be seen that how productively the day will progress once the Lok Sabha resumes at around 2 p.m. Rakshita.
Right, Nikita, stay with us. In fact, as you were mentioning about the uproar that happened, let's take a look at what really transpired there as far as this day is concerned. When the bill was being tabled, we just saw how Vinod Sonka could not even speak, while we see the opposition members and people from the TMC also saying that Mahua Moitra should be given a chance to speak and put her side as well. But we see that the head of the committee was not even allowed to speak. Let's take a listen into what happened while the bill was being while the report was being tabled in the parliament, in the Lok Sabha today.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपकी अनुमति से आज की संशोधित कार्य सूची में क्रम संख्या 4 पर माननीय रक्षा राज्य मंत्री श्री अजय भट्ट जी के नाम के सम्मुख अंकित दस्तावेज की एक प्रति हिंदी तथा अंग्रेजी संस्करण मैं सभा पटल पर रखता हूं। थैंक यू।
आइटम नंबर 5, डॉक्टर राजकुमार रंजन सिंह जी।
With your permission, I raise to lay on the table of the House the paper listed against my name at serial number 5 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
Item number 6, Dr. Bharti Banerjee.
Honorable Speaker, sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table of the House paper mentioned against my name at serial number 6 in today's revised list of business. Thank you.
आइटम नंबर 7, श्री विनोद कुमार सोनकर जी।
भारत की बेटी का अपना नहीं सहेंगे।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपके अनुमति से मैं आचार समिति का पहला प्रतिवेदन हिंदी और अंग्रेजी में सभा पटल पर रखता हूं।
आइटम नंबर 8, श्री राजीव रंजन सिंह जी।
मोदी सरकार हाय हाय।
प्रधानमंत्री आवास योजना के कार्यान्वयन का मूल्यांकन विभागों से संबंध आवासन
मोदी सरकार हाय
हाय। सामूहिक शक्ति, रेजिलियंस और स्पिरिट ऑफ कम्युनिटी का प्रतीक है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से अब मैं निवेदन करती हूँ, कृपया आप रिमोट का बटन दबाकर हाउस ऑफ हिमालयाज ब्रांड को लॉन्च करें। तो देवी सज्जनों, हाउस ऑफ हिमालयाज ब्रांड से सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय पहचान मिलेगी और निर्यात से समृद्धि की परिकल्पना को साकार करते हुए उनकी आय में भी वृद्धि होगी। धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी और सभी सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स को बहुत बहुत बधाई। और देवी सज्जनों, अब हम सभी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के अंतर्दृष्टि, उनके विचार, उनके मार्गदर्शन के इच्छुक हैं। तो सभी की तरफ से करबद्ध होकर मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से निवेदन करती हूं उनके मार्गदर्शन के लिए।
उत्तराखंड के गवर्नर श्रीमान गुरमीत सिंह जी, यहाँ के लोकप्रिय और युवा मुख्यमंत्री श्रीमान पुष्कर सिंह धामी, सरकार के मंत्रीगण, विभिन्न देशों के प्रतिनिधिगण, उद्योग जगत के महानुभाव, देवियों और सज्जनों, देवभूमि उत्तराखंड में आकर मन धन्य हो जाता है। कुछ वर्ष पहले जब मैं बाबा केदार के दर्शन के लिए निकला था, तो अचानक मेरे मुंह से निकला था कि 21वीं सदी का ये तीसरा दशक उत्तराखंड का दशक है। और मुझे खुशी है कि अपने उस कथन को मैं लगातार चरितार्थ होते हुए देख रहा हूं। आप सभी को भी इस गौरव से जुड़ने के लिए, उत्तराखंड की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने का एक बहुत बड़ा अवसर मिल रहा है। बीते दिनों उत्तरकाशी में टनल से हमारे श्रमिक भाइयों को सुरक्षित निकालने का जो सफल अभियान चला, उसके लिए मैं राज्य सरकार समेत सभी का विशेष तौर पर अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, उत्तराखंड वो राज्य है जहां आपको डिविनिटी और डेवलपमेंट दोनों का अनुभव एक साथ होता है। और मैंने तो उत्तराखंड की भावनाओं और संभावनाओं को निकट से देखा है, मैंने उसे जिया है, अनुभव किया है। एक कविता मुझे याद आती है जो मैंने उत्तराखंड के लिए कही थी। जहां अंजुलि में गंगा जल हो, जहां अंजुलि में गंगा जल हो, जहां हर एक मन बस निश्चल हो, जहां गांव-गांव में देशभक्त, जहां नारी में सच्चा बल हो, उस देवभूमि का आशीर्वाद लिए मैं चलता जाता हूं। इस देवभूमि के ध्यान से मैं सदा धन्य हो जाता हूं। हाय भाग्य मेरा, सौभाग्य मेरा, मैं तुमको शीश नवाता हूं। साथियों, सामर्थ्य से भरी ये देवभूमि निश्चित रूप से आपके लिए निवेश के बहुत सारे द्वार खोलने जा रही है। आज भारत विकास भी और विरासत भी जिस मंत्र के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, उत्तराखंड उसका प्रखर उदाहरण है। साथियों, आप सभी बिजनेस की दुनिया के दिग्गज हैं और जो बिजनेस की दुनिया के लोग रहते हैं वो जरा अपने काम का स्वॉट एनालिसिस करते हैं। आपकी कंपनी की ताकत क्या है, कमजोरी क्या है, अवसर क्या है, चुनौतियां क्या है, और आप उसका आकलन कर करके अपनी आगे की रणनीति बनाते हैं। एक राष्ट्र के रूप में आज हम भारत को लेकर ऐसी ही स्वॉट एनालिसिस करें तो क्या पाते हैं? हमें चारों तरफ एस्पिरेशंस, होप, सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंस, इनोवेशन और अपॉर्चुनिटी ही दिखेगी। आपको आज देश में पॉलिसी ड्रिवन गवर्नेंस दिखेगी। आपको आज पॉलिटिकल स्टेबिलिटी के लिए देशवासियों का मजबूत आग्रह दिखेगा। आकांक्षी भारत आज अस्थिरता नहीं चाहता, वो स्थिर सरकार चाहता है। हाल में हुए विधानसभा चुनाव में भी हमने ये देखा है, और उत्तराखंड ने लोगों ने पहले ही करके दिखाया है। जनता ने स्थिर और मजबूत सरकारों के लिए जनादेश दिया है। जनता ने गुड गवर्नेंस के लिए वोट दिया, गवर्नेंस के ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड के आधार पर वोट दिया है। आज भारत और भारतीयों को दुनिया जिस उम्मीद और सम्मान से देख रही है, और अभी सभी उद्योग जगत के लोगों ने इस बात का जिक्र भी किया, हर भारतीय एक दायित्व के रूप में इसे ले रहा है। हर देशवासी को लगता है कि विकसित भारत का निर्माण उसकी अपनी जिम्मेदारी है, हर देशवासी की जिम्मेदारी है। इसी आत्मविश्वास का परिणाम है कि कोरोना महासंकट और युद्धों के संकट के बावजूद भारत इतनी तेजी से विकसित हो रहा है। आपने देखा है कि कोरोना वैक्सीन हो या फिर इकोनॉमी पॉलिसीज, भारत ने अपनी नीतियां, अपने सामर्थ्य पर भरोसा किया। उसी कारण आज भारत बाकी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्थाओं की तुलना में अलग ही लीग में दिखता है। राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर भारत की इस मजबूती का फायदा उत्तराखंड समेत देश के हर राज्य को हो रहा है। साथियों, इन परिस्थितियों में उत्तराखंड इसलिए भी विशेष हो और स्वाभाविक हो जाता है क्योंकि यहां डबल इंजन सरकार है। उत्तराखंड में डबल इंजन सरकार के डबल प्रयास चारों तरफ दिख रहा है। राज्य सरकार अपनी तरफ से जमीनी सच्चाई को समझते हुए यहां तेजी से काम कर रही है। इसके अलावा भारत सरकार की योजनाओं को, हमारे विजन को भी यहां की सरकार उतनी ही तेजी से जमीन पर उतारती है। आप देखिए, आज भारत सरकार 21वीं सदी के आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर उत्तराखंड में अभूतपूर्व इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है। केंद्र सरकार के इन प्रयासों के बीच राज्य सरकार भी छोटे शहरों और गांव कस्बों को जोड़ने के लिए पूरी शक्ति से काम कर रही है। आज उत्तराखंड में गांव की सड़कें हो या फिर चार धाम महामार्ग, इन पर अभूतपूर्व गति से काम चल रहा है। वो दिन दूर नहीं जब दिल्ली देहरादून एक्सप्रेसवे से दिल्ली और देहरादून की दूरी 2.5 घंटे होने वाली है। देहरादून और पंतनगर के एयरपोर्ट के विस्तार से एयर कनेक्टिविटी सशक्त होगी। यहां की सरकार हेली टैक्सी सेवाओं को राज्य के भीतर विस्तार दे रही है। ऋषिकेश, कर्णप्रयाग, ये रेल लाइन से यहां की रेल कनेक्टिविटी सशक्त होने वाली। आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी जीवन तो आसान बना ही रही है, ये बिजनेस को भी आसान बना रही है। इससे खेती हो या फिर टूरिज्म, हर सेक्टर के लिए नई संभावनाएं खुल रही है। लॉजिस्टिक्स हो, स्टोरेज हो, टूर ट्रैवल और हॉस्पिटैलिटी हो, इसके लिए यहां नए रास्ते बन रहे हैं। और ये हर नया रास्ता हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए एक गोल्डन अपॉर्चुनिटी लेकर आया है। साथियों, पहले की सरकारों की अप्रोच थी कि जो इलाके सीमा पर है उन्हें ऐसा रखा जाए कि एक्सेस कम से कम हो। डबल इंजन सरकार ने इस सोच को भी बदला है। हम सीमावर्ती गांवों को लास्ट विलेज नहीं बल्कि देश के फर्स्ट विलेज के रूप में विकसित करने में जुटे। हमने एस्पिरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रोग्राम चलाया, अब एस्पिरेशनल ब्लॉक प्रोग्राम चला रहे हैं। ऐसे गांव, ऐसे क्षेत्र जो विकास के हर पहलू में पीछे थे, उन्हें आगे लाया जा रहा है। यानी हर इन्वेस्टर के लिए उत्तराखंड में बहुत सारा ऐसा अनटैप्ड पोटेंशियल है जिसका आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा लाभ उठा सकते हैं। साथियों, डबल इंजन सरकार की प्राथमिकताओं का उत्तराखंड को कैसे डबल फायदा मिल रहा है, इसका एक उदाहरण टूरिज्म सेक्टर भी है। आज भारत को देखने के लिए भारतीयों और विदेशियों दोनों में अभूतपूर्व उत्साह देखने को मिल रहा है। हम पूरे देश में थीम बेस्ड टूरिज्म सर्किट तैयार कर रहे हैं। कोशिश ये है कि भारत के नेचर और हेरिटेज दोनों से ही दुनिया को परिचित कराया जाए। इस अभियान में उत्तराखंड टूरिज्म का एक सशक्त ब्रांड बनकर उभरने वाला है। यहां नेचर, कल्चर, हेरिटेज सब कुछ है। यहां योग, आयुर्वेद, तीर्थ, एडवेंचर स्पोर्ट्स, हर प्रकार की संभावनाएं हैं। इन्हीं संभावनाओं को एक्सप्लोर करना और उन्हें अवसरों में बदलना, ये आप जैसे साथियों की प्राथमिकता जरूर होनी चाहिए। और मैं तो एक और बात कहूंगा, शायद यहां जो लोग आए हैं उनको अच्छा लगे बुरा लगे, लेकिन यहां कुछ लोग ऐसे हैं कि जिनके माध्यम से उन तक तो मुझे बात पहुंचानी है, लेकिन उनके माध्यम से उन तक भी पहुंचानी है जो यहां नहीं है। खास करके देश के धन्ना सेठों को मैं कहना चाहता हूं, अमीर लोगों को कहना चाहता हूं, मिलियनर बिलियनर से कहना चाहता हूं। हमारे यहां माना जाता है, कहा जाता है, जो शादी होती है ना, वो जोड़े ईश्वर बनाता है, ईश्वर तय करता है जोड़ा। मैं समझ नहीं पा रहा हूं, जोड़े जब ईश्वर बना रहा है तो जोड़ा अपने जीवन की यात्रा उस ईश्वर के चरणों में आने के बजाय विदेश में जाकर के क्यों करता है? और मैं तो चाहता हूं मेरे नौजवानों को, मेक इन इंडिया जैसे है ना, वैसे ही एक मूवमेंट चलना चाहिए, वेड इन इंडिया। शादी हिंदुस्तान में करो। ये दुनिया के देशों में शादी कर ले, ये हमारे सारे धन्ना सेठ आजकल फैशन हो गई है। यहां कई लोग बैठे होंगे, अब नीचे देखते होंगे। और मैं तो चाहूंगा आप कुछ इन्वेस्टमेंट कर पाओ न कर पाओ छोड़ो, हो सकता है सब लोग न करें, कम से कम आने वाले 5 साल में आपके परिवार की एक डेस्टिनेशन शादी उत्तराखंड में करिए। अगर एक साल में 5000 भी शादियां यहां होने लग जाए ना, नया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर खड़ा हो जाएगा दुनिया के लिए, ये बहुत बड़ा वेडिंग डेस्टिनेशन बन जाएगा। भारत के पास इतनी ताकत है, मिलकर के तय करे कि ये करना है, हो जाएगा जी, इतना सामर्थ्य है। साथियों, बदलते हुए समय में आज भारत में भी परिवर्तन की एक तेज हवा चल रही है। बीते 10 वर्षों में एक आकांक्षी भारत का निर्माण हुआ है। देश की एक बहुत बड़ी आबादी थी जो अभाव में थी, वंचित थी, वो असुविधाओं से जुड़ी है। अब वो उन सारी मुसीबतों से निकल करके सुविधाओं के साथ जुड़ रही है, नए अवसरों से जुड़ रही है। सरकार की कल्याणकारी योजनाओं की वजह से 5 साल में 13.5 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोग गरीबी से बाहर आए। इन करोड़ों लोगों ने अर्थव्यवस्था को एक नई गति दी है। आज भारत के भीतर कंजम्पशन बेस्ड इकोनॉमी तेजी से आगे बढ़ रही है। एक तरफ आज न्यू मिडिल क्लास है जो गरीबी से बाहर निकल चुका है, जो नया नया गरीबी से बाहर निकला है वो अपने जरूरतों पर ज्यादा खर्च करने लगा है। दूसरी तरफ मिडिल क्लास है जो अपनी आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति पर, अपनी पसंद की चीजों पर भी ज्यादा खर्च कर रहा है। इसलिए हमें भारत के मिडिल क्लास की पोटेंशियल को समझना होगा। उत्तराखंड में समाज की ये शक्ति भी आपके लिए बहुत बड़ा मार्केट तैयार कर रही है। साथियों, मैं आज उत्तराखंड सरकार को हाउस ऑफ हिमालय ब्रांड लॉन्च करने के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। ये उत्तराखंड के लोकल उत्पादों को विदेशी बाजारों में स्थापित करने के लिए बहुत अभिनव प्रयास है। ये हमारी वोकल फॉर लोकल और लोकल फॉर ग्लोबल की अवधारणा को और मजबूत करता है। इससे उत्तराखंड के स्थानीय उत्पादों को विदेशी बाजारों में पहचान मिलेगी, नया स्थान मिलेगा। भारत के तो हर जिले, हर ब्लॉक में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट है जो लोकल हैं लेकिन उनमें ग्लोबल बनने की संभावनाएं हैं। मैं अक्सर देखता हूं कि विदेशों में कई बार मिट्टी के बर्तन को भी बहुत स्पेशल बनाकर प्रस्तुत किया जाता है। ये मिट्टी के बर्तन वहां बहुत महंगे दामों में मिलते हैं। भारत में तो हमारा विश्वकर्मा साथी ऐसे अनेक बेहतरीन प्रोडक्ट्स पारंपरिक रूप से बनाते हैं। हमें स्थानीय उत्पादों के लिए इस तरह के महत्व को भी समझना होगा और इनके लिए ग्लोबल मार्केट को एक्सप्लोर करना होगा। और इसलिए ये जो हाउस ऑफ हिमालय ब्रांड आप लेके आए हैं, उसे मुझे एक व्यक्तिगत रूप से आनंद का विषय है मेरे लिए। यहां बहुत कम लोग होंगे जिनको शायद मेरे एक संकल्प के विषय में पता होगा, क्योंकि ये संकल्प कुछ ऐसे मेरे होते हैं उसमें आपको सीधा बेनिफिट शायद न दिखता हो, लेकिन उसमें ताकत बहुत बड़ी है। मेरा एक संकल्प है, आने वाले कुछ समय में मैं इस देश में 2 करोड़ ग्रामीण महिलाओं को 2 करोड़ ग्रामीण महिलाओं को लखपति बनाने के लिए मैंने लखपति दीदी अभियान चलाया है। 2 करोड़ लखपति दीदी बनाना हो सकता है कठिन काम होगा, लेकिन मैंने मन में संकल्प बना लिया है। ये हाउस ऑफ हिमालय जो ब्रांड बनती है ना, तो मेरा जो 2 करोड़ लखपति दीदा ने बनाने का काम है ना, वो तेजी से इसमें बढ़ जाएगा। और इसलिए भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, आप भी एक बिजनेस के रूप में यहां के अलग अलग जिलों में ऐसे प्रोडक्ट्स की पहचान करें। हमारी बहनों के सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स हो, एफपीओज हो, उनके साथ मिलकर नई संभावनाओं को तलाश करें। ये लोकल को ग्लोबल बनाने के लिए एक अद्भुत पार्टनरशिप हो सकती है। साथियों, इस बार लाल किले से मैंने कहा है कि विकसित भारत के निर्माण के लिए नेशनल कैरेक्टर, राष्ट्रीय चरित्र को सशक्त करना होगा। हम जो भी करें वो विश्व में श्रेष्ठ हो। हमारे स्टैंडर्ड दुनिया फॉलो करे। हमारी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जीरो इफेक्ट, जीरो डिफेक्ट के सिद्धांत पर हो। एक्सपोर्ट ओरिएंटेड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैसे बढ़े, हमें अब इस पर फोकस करना है। केंद्र सरकार ने पीएलआई जैसा एक महत्वाकांक्षी अभियान चलाया है। इसमें क्रिटिकल सेक्टर्स के लिए एक इकोसिस्टम बनाने का संकल्प स्पष्ट दिखता है। इसमें आप जैसे साथियों की भी बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है। ये लोकल सप्लाई चेन को, हमारे एमएसएमईज को मजबूत करने का समय है, उस पर निवेश करने का समय है। हमें भारत में ऐसी सप्लाई चेन विकसित करनी है कि हम दूसरे देशों पर कम से कम निर्भर हो। हमें उस पुरानी मानसिकता से भी बाहर आना है कि फलां जगह कोई चीज कम कीमत में उपलब्ध है तो वहीं से इंपोर्ट कर दो। इसका बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हमने झेला है। आप सभी उद्यमियों को भारत में ही कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पर भी उतना ही जोर देना चाहिए। जितना फोकस हमें एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ाने पर करना है, उतना ही अधिक बल इंपोर्ट को घटाने पर भी देना है। हम 15 लाख करोड़ रुपए का पेट्रोलियम प्रोडक्ट हर साल इंपोर्ट करते हैं। कोयला प्रधान देश होते हुए भी हम 4 लाख करोड़ का कोयला हर साल इंपोर्ट करते हैं। पिछले 10 वर्षों में देश में दलहन और तिलहन इसके इंपोर्ट को कम करने के लिए अनेक प्रयास हुए हैं, लेकिन आज भी देश को 15 बाहर से इंपोर्ट करनी पड़ रही है। अगर भारत दाल के मामले में आत्मनिर्भर होगा तो ये पैसा देश के ही किसानों के पास जाएगा। साथियों, आज हम न्यूट्रिशन के नाम पर और मैं तो देखता हूं किसी भी मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के यहां भोजन के लिए चले जाइए, उसके डाइनिंग टेबल पे भांति भांति की चीजें पैकेट पड़े होते विदेशों से आए हुए, और वो पैकेज फूड का इतना फैशन बढ़ते हुए मैं देख रहा हूं, जबकि हमारे देश और उस पर लिख दिया कि प्रोटीन रिच है, खाना शुरू, आयरन रिच है खाना, कोई इंक्वायरी नहीं करता, बस लिखा है हो गया, और मेड इन फलाना देश है, बस मारो थप्पा। अरे हमारे देश में मिलेट से लेकर दूसरे तमाम फूड है जो कहीं अधिक न्यूट्रिशियस है। हमारे किसानों की मेहनत पानी में नहीं जानी चाहिए। यही उत्तराखंड में ही ऐसे आयुष है जुड़े ऑर्गेनिक फल सब्जियां जुड़े उत्पादों के लिए अनेक संभावनाएं हैं। एक किसानों और उद्यमियों दोनों के लिए नई संभावनाओं के द्वार खोल सकती है। पैकेज फूड के मार्केट में भी हमारी छोटी कंपनियों को हमारे प्रोडक्ट्स को ग्लोबल मार्केट तक पहुंचाने में मैं समझता हूं कि आप सभी को अपनी भूमिका निभानी चाहिए। साथियों, भारत के लिए, भारत की कंपनियों के लिए, भारत निवेशकों के लिए ये मैं समझता हूं अभूतपूर्व समय है। अगले कुछ वर्षों में भारत दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी इकोनॉमी बनने जा रहा है, और मैं देशवासियों को विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि मेरी तीसरी टर्म में देश दुनिया में पहले 3 में होके रहेगा। स्थिर सरकार, सपोर्टिव पॉलिसी सिस्टम, रिफॉर्म से ट्रांसफॉर्म की मानसिकता और विकसित होने का आत्मविश्वास, ऐसा संयोग पहली बार बना है। इसलिए मैं कहता हूं यही समय है, सही समय है, ये भारत का समय है। मैं आपका आह्वान करूंगा, उत्तराखंड के साथ चलकर अपना भी विकास करिए और उत्तराखंड के विकास में भी सहयोगभागी जरूर बनिए। और मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, हमारे यहां सालों से एक कल्पना बनी हुई है, बोला जाता है कि पहाड़ की जवानी और पहाड़ का पानी पहाड़ के काम नहीं आता है। पहाड़ की जवानी और पहाड़ का पानी पहाड़ के काम नहीं आता है। जवानी रोजी रोटी के लिए कहीं चली जाती है, पानी बह करके कहीं पहुंच जाता है। लेकिन मोदी ने ठान ली है, अब पहाड़ की जवानी पहाड़ के काम भी आएगी और पहाड़ का पानी भी पहाड़ के काम आएगा। इतनी सारी संभावनाएं देख करके मैं संकल्प ले सकता हूं कि हमारा देश हर कोने में सामर्थ्य के साथ खड़ा हो सकता है, नई ऊर्जा के साथ खड़ा हो सकता है। और इसलिए मैं चाहूंगा कि आप सभी साथी इस अवसर का अधिकतम लाभ उठाएं, नीतियों का फायदा उठाइए। सरकार नीति बनाती है, ट्रांसपेरेंट होती है, हर एक के लिए खुली होती है। जिसमें दम हो वो आ जाए मैदान में, फायदा उठा ले। और मैं आपको गारंटी देता हूं, जो बातें हम बताते हैं उसके लिए हम डट करके खड़े भी रहते हैं, उसे पूरा भी करते हैं। आप सभी इस महत्वपूर्ण अवसर पर आए हैं। उत्तराखंड का मुझ पर विशेष अधिकार है, और जैसे कईयों ने बताया कि मेरे जीवन के एक पहलू को बनाने में इस धरती का बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। अगर उसे कुछ लौटाने का अवसर मिलता है तो उसका आनंद भी कुछ और होता है। और इसलिए मैं आपको निमंत्रित करता हूं, आइए इस पवित्र धरती की चरण माथे पर लेकर के चल पड़िए। आपकी विकास यात्रा में कभी कोई रुकावट नहीं आएगी। ये इस भूमि के आशीर्वाद है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी। आपका संकल्प, आपका विश्वास हम सभी को प्रोत्साहित करता है कि अपनी जिम्मेवारी को निभाते हुए हम भारत को विश्व की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनाने में सहयोग दें। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद प्रधानमंत्री जी। डिविनिटी और डेवलपमेंट, वेड इन इंडिया, उत्तराखंड एज डेस्टिनेशन इन्वेस्टमेंट और डेस्टिनेशन वेडिंग, युवाओं को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए, महिलाओं को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए, उनके हुनर से अवसर देते हुए उन्हें लखपति बनाने का जो आपका सपना संकल्प है, और इसके साथ साथ स्वाद और स्वास्थ्य भी मिलेट्स के साथ। धन्यवाद प्रधान।
All right, so Prime Minister there speaking at the Global Investors Summit, which is taking place in Dehradun, speaking on the prospects of investing in Uttarakhand as well, and saying that this is a preferred destination for weddings as well.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to do Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
Very good afternoon. We are live and breaking Republic TV and RepublicWorld.com. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. The Ethics Committee report has been tabled in the Lok Sabha on the Mahua payoff scandal. We'll get you all the details on that, but first the headlines. Ethics Committee tables report on Mahua payoff scandal in Parliament, recommends expulsion.
आता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्रहरण शुरू किए ना अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा
TMC writes to Lok Sabha Speaker, seeks copy of ethics panel report, says will respond in the next 24 hours. Big political face-off over Savarkar controversy. Uddhav Sena distances from Congress, says party must explain. BJP appoints central observers for 2 states, suspense over chief ministers. Who will be the chief minister in the 3 states? Will it end soon? Ahead of 2024 elections, Congress leaders invite Rahul Gandhi to contest from Karnataka. And marathon hearing concludes. Supreme Court to pronounce verdict on Article 370 abrogation on the 11th of December. All right, we start with breaking news coming in at the top of this bulletin. The Ethics Committee has tabled the report on Mahua payoff scam investigation, and sources have now informed that the Lok Sabha Speaker has allotted a 30-minute time period to discuss the report. So that is the big update coming in. Lok Sabha Speaker has allotted 30 minutes of time. My colleague Harsha joins us from the Parliament for more. Harsha, big update coming in. The 30-minute discussion is going to happen today itself on the report. What to expect?
Yes, so we have got to know that what the Ethics Committee Chairperson Vinod Sonkar has stated us that 30 minutes time has been allotted by the Speaker, because earlier when this entire report was tabled on the floor of the House, then TMC MPs wrote a letter to Speaker asking for the time, and Mahua Moitra to also given a time to keep her point and her points regarding the cash for Curie question on the Parliament floor of the House, and therefore now Speaker has allotted 30 minutes time, and there will be certain members in the panel who will be allotted the time to to speak on cash for curry issue. It is not only Mahua Moitra who will speak on this entire issue, but several other MPs as well. As we have got to know that Congress, BJP and TMC, all three parties have issued a whip regarding this issue, and Congress MPs also will be speaking because Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has clearly stated that Mahua Moitra should be given a chance to speak, and also such decision of expulsion should not be taken because there's a grey line in the NIC guidelines and the rules which nobody knows as of yet, and she is being framed wrongly. This is what Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has stated. So there are some leaders of Congress who are backing Mahua Moitra, while some are who are not backing. So we have to see who will speak in Congress leaders and who will speak from the side of TMC. But we know for sure that at least in 30 minutes time, 6 or 7 members of Parliament will be speaking in this ethics committee report which has been tabled on the floor of the House. We have to see when the Lok Sabha resumes again at 2 p.m. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Harsha, for joining us with those details. That's the big update coming. In fact, you can see, viewers, that's the report that Republic TV has accessed, the operative part. We were just showing you the photograph of that report, the Ethics Committee report and the recommendations that was also listed. And let us tell you more about it. TMC is now demanding that Mahua Moitra should speak in the Lok Sabha. My colleague Nikita Saha is joining us live from outside Parliament at Vijay Chowk. Nikita, Speaker has allotted 30 minutes of time to discuss and debate Mahua Moitra, the report on cash for query scam by the Ethics Committee. TMC is demanding that Mahua Moitra be also given a chance to speak.
Absolutely, Rakshita. The report has been tabled, and after that, a major ruckus took place in the Parliament as all the leaders of opposition, since there were many today in number, as TMC, BJP, and also Congress had issued whips. So TMC, Congress leaders, they raised this whole ruckus in the Parliament. They went into sloganeering against BJP, also saying BJP hi, and Mahua Moitra, should be given a chance. So now, at 2 o'clock, everybody is going to gather again, and Mahua Moitra will also be given an opportunity to speak and present her side as far as this whole episode is concerned. And also the TMC has asked for a hard copy of the ethics panel committee's report, and they have also asked for some time, 24 hours, to respond to the same. So now it is to be seen that what will happen after 2 o'clock. Will Mahua Moitra present her side? Will she be allowed to do so? And if she is allowed to do so, what things is she going to put across? Because this has been going on for quite some time. It's not a case of yesterday or day before. On 15th of October only, BJP MP Nishikant Dubey had alleged that Mahua Moitra has breached the privileges of the Parliament, and she has used her position to ask questions not for the nation as a member of the Parliament, but in interest of another businessman, Darshan Hiranandani, who was targeting, and these questions were targeting our Prime Minister, the Home Minister, and also another business group, the Adani Business Group. Rakshita.
Right, Nikita. In fact, if we talk about, we've just got some the photographs of that report, that ethics panel report that has just been tabled in Lok Sabha. And if I could talk about what has been written, these the recommendations say that it has been unethical conduct and contempt of the House by Mahua Moitra, MP, for sharing her Lok Sabha login credentials. Also, user ID, password, Lok Sabha members portal to unauthorized person, and its impact on national security. So crucial, it's a very important part, and it's a very, very serious allegation. It also talks about the money trail in the second point, in the second of the recommendations. If we see is this entire printout, unethical conduct and contempt of the House by way of accepting money. So there are two things, giving away the login credentials and also the money trail, which the recommendations say that it should be investigated by the government of India, an institutional and time-bound manner. So this is a very important point that has been put out. It's a full report, remember, that is right now Republic TV. We can show you there. It's not just 1 or 2 pages. We have accessed the complete 104-page report. That is the ethics panel report on this alleged cash for query scam, where Mahua Moitra's role is in question right now. The report has been tabled. Nikita, if I could come to you again on this. So if you see these two recommendations, their most important point is, first of all, she gave away the login credentials, which of course talks about compromising with national security, and it calls for severe punishment. It talks about severe punishment, and also it recommends expelled from the membership of the 17th Lok Sabha in view of highly objectionable, unethical, heinous and criminal conduct of Mahua Moitra. The committee recommends for an intense legal institutional inquiry by the Government of India in a time-bound manner, and also about how various other facilities, cash and kind amenities facilities by Mahua Moitra had been accepted from Darshan Hiranandani, who is a business tycoon based in Dubai. The money trail of cash transaction between Mahua Moitra and Shri Darshan Hiranandani as part of quid pro quo. This has been mentioned in this report. The quid pro quo should be investigated by the Government of India in a legal, institutional and a time-bound manner. Very serious points that have been put out there in that report, isn't it, Nikita? And this is in fact outrightly calling for an expulsion and also severe punishment and time-bound legal investigation.
This definitely is a major allegation that BJP, that Nishikant Dubey has put, and also, as you also just said, on 9th of November, the Ethics Panel Committee also recommended Mahua Moitra's expulsion, and this is not for the first time that any member of parliament who has committed an offence of this amount where the security of the nation is compromised. This has happened in 2005 also, when at least 11 member of parliament were expelled. They were expelled from the parliament, 10 from Lok Sabha and 1 from Rajya Sabha. So what Mahua Moitra is right now facing is severe consequences for sure, and also as the investigation is also going on about Mahua Moitra, why her login credentials were used from different locations, why was it used from Dubai, while Ms. Moitra has tried to downplay it since day one, saying that it is, so many people, my PA and they are trainees and all, they use these login IDs and all these credentials. It is not always in my hand because a lot of things need to be taken care of and I can't always take care of it. But ultimately the responsibility lies with the member of the parliament. So also Darshan Hiranandani in his affidavit had said that Mahua Moitra had taken gifts, as you also just said, in cash and kind. Allegedly Mahua Moitra took a bribe of 2 crores, and apart from that she took some very expensive gifts in form of Apple phones and everything, which also Darshan Hiranandani had said that he preferred Apple equipments because for the privacy, because obviously such a transaction and interaction is being carried out. So Apple products, Apple iPhones, designer shoes, designer bags. So this is what it is. In lieu of all these gifts, in lieu of a bribe, allegedly, Mahua Moitra has put the country's security at risk by giving her parliamentary login ID and credentials to different people, probably Darshan Hiranandani for sure. And out of 60 questions that she asked during the session, at least 50 of them were targeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. They were targeting Amit Shah and also the rival business group in question, Adani Group. So not only has she committed a major breach of the privilege of being a member of the parliament and having the rights to put across these questions, she has also put the nation's security at risk by giving it to random people, as she also tries to downplay it by saying that it is not in my hands and I can't always control these things. So what we are looking at today at 2 o'clock is, Rakshita, that we would like to say that to an allegation like this, with Ethic Panel Committee's report also approving her expulsion, what does Mahua Moitra now want to say? Because when she also talks about Mahabharat, and when she talks about Cheer Haran, Vastra Haran, it is also, we must go back to 2nd of November and we must focus on her behavior when she was called in for the meeting from which she had just stormed out, and it was her, Vinod Sonkar, BJP MP and the head of Ethic Panel Committee had said that it was Mahua Moitra who had used unparliamentary language at the members of the panel, and then she had stormed out, and she was also supported by other leaders who allegedly said that the Ethic Panel Committee was asking her questions like who did she speak to, where did she stay, what all, and all those things. So, and that incident took place, and on the 9th of November, the 10-member Ethic Panel Committee with came to this conclusion that Mahua Moitra, on the basis of these charges, what Nishikant Dubey had written a letter to Om Birla on 15th of October, that she has been taking money for asking questions in the parliament, and these questions are not exactly questions coming from a member of parliament concerning the nation. And Nishikant Dubey's letter was based on the complaint of Advocate Jayanand Dehradun, as we all know, who Mahua Moitra again downplays by calling him a jilted ex-lover. So as we can see, Rakshita, that to this whole major allegation, something as serious as, an MP has been charged with working against the nation. Moitra has been giving in statements like, this is nothing, but this is just a vendetta politics scenario where an ex-lover, a jilted ex-lover has put a case like this against me. She has been questioning the education of other leaders and ministers of the opposition. She's been saying it's all right if my parliamentary credentials were with other people. It's not always possible for me to manage it and everything. And in an interview, she's also accepted that yes, Darshan Hiranandani did use it. Now, with Darshan Hiranandani's affidavit earlier, Mahua Moitra has said that this cannot be accepted because there is no stamp on it, it is not notarized. But then Darshan Hiranandani provided a notarized affidavit also to support his claims that yes, Mahua Moitra was putting pressure on him and she was taking all these gifts. So today at 2 o'clock we will see how Mahua Moitra is going to put up front, how she is going to put her stand that she is right or wrong. And now TMC has asked for 24 hours also to respond to the matter. So as the day proceeds, as the proceedings will resume, we will see where this whole scenario goes. Rakshita.
Right, of course, as you just said, Nikita, that it will be 2 p.m. that the action will resume, and we do hope that there will be no obstruction because we have seen that most of the discussions get lost in chaos and uproar in the parliament. There has been unabated sloganeering. And just for the benefit of viewers, let me tell you that the ethics panel report on Mahua Moitra's alleged cash for query scam has been tabled, and what we expect is that there is going to be an half-an-hour discussion that has been allowed, and this is as per rules. It cannot exceed more than 30 minutes. So before there's any question in your mind, that is what the rules say. The speaker has to allot a time period of not more than 30 minutes for a discussion on such a matter. And as per reports, after tabling, there will be a discussion. And we expect that Mahua Moitra will also be given a chance to speak here and put out her stand. And the rules also say that there will be a debate and the government may move a motion. As per rules, the government may move a motion for voting on a member's expulsion, as was the case that had happened a few years ago. If voted in favor, the member will be expelled. The member will be expelled from the House. And now we know that BJP is prepared. There has been a 3-line whip that was issued to all the MPs just last evening to come in full attendance and vote in line with the party's position on this. And also we saw Congress too today issuing a whip. Let's take a look at all the reactions that have come up until now on the matter.
We are joined by Nusrat, TMC MP, with us right now. Nusrat, what do you have to say? In Lok Sabha, we saw there was a lot of sloganeering, and the proposal has already been sent for the expulsion of Mahua. What that you want to say from the party?
We don't know yet. We have demanded for the hard copy first, and our leader, Shri Shruti Bandopadhyay, he's demanded on all of our behalf. He's demanded for the hard copy. We need to study the hard copy, and then we would understand that how things have been conducted. Has it been fair or has it not been fair? So let's all wait for some time and then find out. And we genuinely believe that Mahua, my colleague, she should be allowed to speak for herself, and because she's the most affected one, and it's but fair that she stands up and fights for what is not so fair.
All right, that was Nusrat Jahan of the TMC speaking to Republic TV there. And of course, it's a very important day for Mahua Moitra. My colleague Anuj is joining us live from New Delhi. Anuj, it's of course now all boiling down to that discussion. We expect it to begin after 2 p.m. when the Lok Sabha resumes. And we understand that there might be voting on that today. Tell us what could be the course of action as far as the proceedings in the parliament is concerned that will seal the fate probably, or as far as Mahua Moitra is concerned.
Well, this is going to be very, very important and the crucial half an hour when it is going to be started, because as we do understand that this is going to resume. If we talk about Lok Sabha, it is going to resume at 2 p.m. and from then what we are expecting is the report will be tabled, and this is going to be the discussion for half an hour. That's something, the 30 minutes, which is going to be very, very important and the crucial. If we talk about the voting, as you were pointing it out, let me tell you, this comes under the procedure, and this is going to be the procedure procedure which will be followed. Everyone will be given the copy, the full report will be given to every MP who is going to be there in the Lok Sabha, as the whip has been already issued. So there are going to be many numbers of MPs. All the MPs of Bharatiya Janata Party is going to be present in the house itself. Now,
औरंगजेब से समय से टूटा हुआ काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर, बद्रीनाथ, केदारनाथ, सोमनाथ का मंदिर भी फिर से सुवर्ण का बन रहा है। ये सारी चीजें कभी समाप्त होगी, देश सोच नहीं सकता और हम इस पर आगे बढ़े। ये देश कभी सोच नहीं सकता था कि मेडिकल का पढ़ाई लिखाई अपनी भाषा में हो सकती है। ये देश कभी सोच नहीं सकता था, अब आप कर सकते हैं। इंजीनियरिंग की पढ़ाई लिखाई आप अपनी भाषा में कर पाएंगे। इस प्रकार की व्यवस्था ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की नरेंद्र मोदी सरकार ने, आज हमारे योग को दुनिया ने स्वीकार किया है। पर्यावरण के लिए आज जब मोदी जी वेद और उपनिषद की उक्तियां यूएन में पढ़ते हैं, यूएन के पूरे विश्व के लोग वेद और उपनिषद का ट्रांसलेशन ले लेकर पढ़ते हैं कि वेद और उपनिषद में क्या लिखा हुआ है। और मित्रों, जब G20 होता है तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम सिर्फ ट्रांसलेशन नहीं, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम ही नारा बनता है। तो पूरा विश्व ये जानता है कि ये भारत का विचार है, भारत से आया हुआ विचार है और भारत ही ये कर सकता है। G20 ने हमारी कूटनीतिक ध्वज को समग्र विश्व में फहराने का काम किया है। मित्रों, मैंने जैसे पहले कहा, सांस्कृतिक विरासत और आधुनिकता परस्पर विरोधी नहीं है। मैं आपको कहता हूं, हमारी विरासत ही हमारी आधुनिक विकास की पूंजी है, की है, चाबी है। इसके आधार पर ही आधुनिक विकास हो सकता है। मित्रों, आज भारत एक वैश्विक ताकत बनने जा रहा है, हम उस रास्ते पर हैं। आप लोगों को 25 साल में करोड़ों देशवासियों की स्वप्न को पूरा करना है। मित्रों, आज हम बुराड़ी में बैठे हैं, ये बड़ा ऐतिहासिक स्थान है। मित्रों, यहाँ पर 14 जनवरी 1760 को दत्ताजी शिंदे को मार दिया गया था और कुतुब शाह रोहिल्ला ने उनको पूछा था, जब जमीन पर गिर गए, शरीर पर अनेक घाव थे, रक्त बह रहा था, हंसी उड़ाने के लिए उन्होंने पूछा रोहिल्ला ने कि पाटिल अभी भी लड़ोगे? तो उनका एक अमर वाक्य देश के सभी राष्ट्र प्रेमियों के लिए प्रेरणा लेने वाला है, जान है तब तक लड़ेंगे, तब तक लड़ेंगे। ये भूमि पर आप बैठे। आज मैं अंत में इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं, विद्यार्थी परिषद ने इस 75 साल के अंदर ज्ञानशील एकता के रास्ते पर चलते हुए अनेक मनीषियों ने विद्यार्थियों का, युवा शक्ति का, छात्र शक्ति का मार्गदर्शन करते हुए देश के हर क्षेत्र में कंट्रीब्यूट करने वाले लाखों की संख्या में अच्छे नागरिक दिए हैं। विद्यार्थी परिषद एक संस्था नहीं है, विद्यार्थी परिषद राष्ट्र के पुनर्निर्माण का आंदोलन है। ये आपको सदैव याद रहना चाहिए। और मित्रों, आज अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं, ये मित्रों, ये अधिवेशन मेरे सामने जो 8000 युवा उपस्थित है, वो सारे युवा यहां से प्रण लेकर जाए कि जिस दिन देश आजाद होगा, हर क्षेत्र के अंदर विश्व में भारत सर्वप्रथम होगा। ऐसे भारत के निर्माण के लिए हमारा बाकी का जीवन देना है। अपने आप को भारत माता को पुनः समर्पित करने का दिन है। ये युवा संकल्प लेकर जाए। मोदी जी ने नींव डालने का काम किया है। 1925 से हमारे पुरखों ने एक रास्ता बनाया हुआ है, नींव डल चुकी है, भव्य इमारत आपको बनाना है। और 22 जनवरी को सभी लोग अयोध्या में रामलल्ला के दर्शन करने के लिए जाइए और मन से श्री राम का आशीर्वाद लीजिए, मेरे साथ बोलिए, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, छात्र शक्ति।
QS&T achieved. The world's foremost university rankings organizations have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
This political continuity will mean for the Indian economy. You've got a free run for the next 5.5 years.
I said, let me take with the immediate short term. I haven't come to the medium term. Medium term for me is the next 5 years.
Till we are a 5 trillion economy, the world is curious about this. Between 5 and 10 trillion, which could happen in 5 years as Mr. Puri is predicting.
Political leadership is very critical for the country, and you need consistency and predictability of policy, and similarly you need continuity in leadership for a long time.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है.
All right, we're getting some breaking news. The Ethics Committee report has been tabled, and in a Mahua payoff scam investigation, discussion likely to take place in Parliament after the Lok Sabha resumes after 2 p.m. And thereafter, according to time, Mahua Moitra is expected to speak. So discussion on Mahua Moitra is expected after 2 p.m. 30 minutes given for the report to be discussed, and Prahlad Joshi will be the first speaker for that. We'll try and get you more details after this very, very short break that we are dipping in right now. But news and updates, viewers, continue on the cash for query scam.
Welcome to the third edition. And the highlight of this edition, and I've thought about this for a while, I've deliberated about this myself, always wanted to do it, but I think the time has come It gives me immense pride to announce at this platform today the launch of the 5th mega news brand from the Republic Media Network, Republic Business.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
Ethics Committee tables report on Mahua payoff scandal in Parliament, recommends expulsion.
जब नाश मनुष्य पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है. तो ये जो इन लोग वस्त्रहरण शुरू किए ना, अब महाभारत का रन देखिएगा.
TMC writes to Lok Sabha Speaker, seeks a copy of ethics panel report, says will respond in the next 24 hours. Big political face-off over Savarkar controversy. Uddhav Sena distances from Congress, says party must explain. BJP appoints central observers for 2 states. Suspense over chief minister in 3 states to end soon. Ahead of 2024 elections, Congress leader invites Rahul Gandhi to contest from Karnataka now. And marathon hearing concludes. Supreme Court to pronounce verdict on Article 370 abrogation on the 11th of December. We start with the top story. We're tracking the Ethics Committee has tabled the report on a Mahua payoff scam investigation, and a discussion is likely to take place in Parliament after 2 p.m. and sources inform Republic TV that Parliamentary Affairs Minister Mr. Prahlad Joshi will be speaking first, and then, according to time, Moitra, the person in question, will be speaking. So there's a 30-minute time period that has been allotted by the Lok Sabha Speaker for discussion on the report. This is the alleged cash for query scam. Report has been tabled, and Republic TV has also, remember, accessed the full report on of the Ethics Committee, where it has been recommended that the member of the Parliament, Mahua Moitra, for a serious misdemeanors on part of being a TMC MP, she should be expelled. And also there should be a legal investigation into the alleged money trail. And my colleague Madhurima Mishra is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Madhurima, 30 minutes, that is what the Lok Sabha members have today for discussion as far as this explosive report that Republic TV has accessed is concerned. It's a big allegations that have been mentioned. There have been calls for expulsion and also investigation, legal investigation as well. And at the same time, TMC has asked for 24 hours of time period for to study the report and respond accordingly.
Well, yes, absolutely, Rakshita. The report from the ethics panel is very strong worded. The ethics panels, without mincing word, have deemed Mahua's demeanor as unethical and has also dubbed the entire sharing of the login credentials as the contempt of the Lok Sabha. Moving forward, asking for an institutional-led investigation. The report says that Mahua's conduct was heinous, criminal, and needs a detailed investigation that should be initiated by the government and should be looked after by a central institution. Remember that Nishikant Dubey had also knocked the doors of the Lokpal, which has already given a nod to the Central Bureau of Investigation to begin with an inquiry in the matter, and as and when it will happen, we'll tell our viewers about that as well. But Mahua is all eyes on Mahua as what she is going to speak. But first, it would be the Parliamentary Affairs Minister who is going to address the lower house of the Parliament, highlighting the tenets of the report as to what, and of course, that would also be followed by the final announcement, which is highly likely that she will be expelled. But this needs to be seen as to what kind of investigation will be initiated against the TMC MP, because the charges are very clear. And the ethics panel committee, without mincing any words, has called Mahua's behavior unethical and has also charged her with contempt of Lok Sabha. At the same time, calling the allegations of receiving kickbacks as heinous and criminals, and of course the fact that the METI data, that is the Ministry of Information and Technology data, that reveals that her login credentials were accessed not only in Dubai but at the same time were accessed in the United States of America and Bengaluru. And the seriousness here is, the serious point of contention here is that she was not even present at any of those places at that particular moment when when these login credentials were being used. So all that needs to be probed, and this is what the Ethics Panel Committee report has highlighted in its operative part, that the government should take serious cognizance of the matter because this national security is at stake. They have asserted that as well in the report, that the national security is at stake, and this needs to be probed in detail. Rakshita.
Absolutely, of course. Stay with us, Madhurima. We're also being joined by my colleagues Nikita from outside the Parliament, and also Anuj is also joining us here. Anuj, first coming to you, Nikita, as we are seeing that this is an explosive report that has been accessed by Republic TV, and there are some really serious allegations against the concerned MP. Now what we understand is that TMC has asked for 24 to 48 hours to study the report and respond accordingly. What more details can you share on that?
Absolutely, Rakshita. Like, now we have the copy of the report what the ethics panel committee had made. So basically, on the basis of unethical behavior on different counts, by using her parliamentary login ID, by giving it to people who were not supposed to use it, and her also behavior on the 2nd of November, the report by the ethics panel committee has said that Mahua Moitra should be expelled. Now, Mahua Moitra is about to present her side of the story after Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi will also speak at around 2 o'clock. He is expected to speak about it, and Mahua Moitra is also going to talk about it. And as you also just said, that TMC has asked for a copy of the complete report, and they have asked for 48 hours to revert on the basis of that. So this is the latest development. because on the 4th of December only this report by the Ethics Committee was to be tabled, but for some reasons it was postponed for today, and finally it was tabled amongst a lot of sloganeering by the opposition. Also, there were a lot of leaders in numbers because, as we know, BJP, Congress, TMC, they had issued whip to their MPs that they all should be present. So there was a major sloganeering where they even went to the extent of saying Modi ji hi hi and dictatorship nahi chalegi. Because of that, the parliament, it was also adjourned, and on at least twice it was adjourned, 12, and then now again they're all gathering back at 2 o'clock, and Prahlad Joshi is expected to speak on the matter, while in all likelihood, as
absolutely, stay with us. Right. Hold your thoughts there. I request all of you to just stay with us. We'll take a look at all the reactions that have come up until now. Lok Sabha is going to resume around 20 minutes from now. Let's take a look at all the reactions on what has happened in Lok Sabha and the report.
We are joined by Nusrat, TMC MP, with us right now. Nusrat, what do you have to say? In Lok Sabha, we saw there was a lot of sloganeering, and the proposal has already been sent for the expulsion of Mahua. What that you want to say from the party?
We don't know yet. We have demanded for the hard copy first, and our leader, Shri Narendra, he's demanded on all of our behalf. He's demanded for the hard copy. We need to study the hard copy, and then we would understand that how things have been conducted. Has it been fair or has it not been fair? So. Let's all wait for some time and then find out. And we genuinely believe that Mahua, my colleague, she should be allowed to speak for herself, and because she's the most affected one. And it's but fair that she stands up and fights for what is not so fair.
This is not a right way to take up an issue in the parliament. Before the parliament had tabled it, the entire report was leaked in the media and the public spaces as well. All the BJP MPs claim that Mahua is going to be removed. This is not a right way of doing parliamentary practice, an ethical way of doing. If it is an ethics committee report, this is not an ethical way to handle the issue. And they have been cornering, and again they are doing this for a corporate company. So we believe that who is standing for the corporates and who is willing to even take up the MPs for a business company is very clearly put with today's tabling of this particular report.
You were there in the Lok Sabha when the entire matter was taken up. It was tabled. Sloganeering was also going on. Now, what is the strategy? What the protocol says? Whether there will be any discussion or there will be any sort of voting? What the protocol says and what opposition wants?
No, we are ready for a discussion. We insist on a discussion. We clearly want this entire matter to be screened and discussed. Let the people of this country know what exactly is happening in the Indian Parliament. But unfortunately, we have not been told that there is any form of discussion. It is taken in an autocratic way. The report is tabled without the concurrence of the opposition, without an understanding with the opposition. So we totally are in for a discussion for this particular issue. We are even ready to vote on this.
So has the speaker denied for the discussion, or there will be direct voting on this issue?
I don't think there has been any kind of forms of discussion as the opposition have demanded. We still expect that with our protest and with our voices to be raised in the parliament, it would be. We hope there will be a discussion.
Right, so those were the reactions coming in from the opposition parties. Right now, my colleague Anuj is also with us on the broadcast. Anuj, 30 minutes is the discussion. We do hope that there's no obstructionism that takes place. Any information on who will be from the opposition, who are the voices from the opposition that we could expect to speak today? Prahlad Joshi, of course, the Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. All right, we start with some breaking news coming in. In fact, we are getting in right now some more updates on Kapil Sibal's controversy. Just a day after the Kapil Sibal stoked a fresh controversy saying that Assam was originally part of Myanmar in the Supreme Court, Assam Minister Piyush Hazarika has hit back at Sibal, saying that Sibal has been poorly briefed and he only speaks a left liberal view that tends to alienate Northeast by conjuring such theories. The Kapil Sibal, remember, in the Supreme Court stirred a row saying that Assam was originally a part of Myanmar. and he had his own theories about how the British captured Myanmar and so on and so forth, which of course has a controversy erupted over his statement. And now Assam Minister Piyush Hazarika has hit back at Kapil Sibal, saying that he has been briefed wrongly, briefed poorly. And he has said that it's only a left liberal view that is misleading. So that is the latest we have right now. Piyush Hazarika, the cabinet minister in Assam government, says that Kapil Sibal has been poorly briefed and speaks a left liberal view that tends to alienate Northeast by conjuring such theories. At no point of Assam's history were part of Myanmar, he says. From times of Mahabharata and before, we have firmly been an integral part of Bharat Varsh. That is what Piyush Hazarika, a minister in the cabinet, in the Assam government cabinet, is saying right now. It's a mega storm over Kapil Sibal's remarks in the Supreme Court, saying that Assam was part of Myanmar. Originally, he had said that migration of people and population is embedded in history, and speaking on those lines, he said that Assam was part of Myanmar, British conquered a part of it, and that is how Assam was handed over to British. That is what stoked controversy as far as Kapil Sibal's comments, those comments in the Supreme Court is concerned. And we have a reaction that has just come in from the minister from Assam government, Minister Piyush Hazarika, who says that Kapil Sibal has been poorly briefed and it's only a left liberal view, which in fact in turn alienates the Northeast by conjuring up such theories. My colleague Anirudh is joining us on the broadcast for more. Anirudh, of course, there is a massive face-off that has erupted over Kapil Sibal's comments on Assam and its history, saying that it was part of Myanmar. And we see that Piyush Hazarika, who is the Assam minister, has hit back at Kapil Sibal.
Yes, in fact, Kapil Sibal's statement has sparked a lot of controversy, and it is being condemned across by various people across the region. Because, you know, what Kapil Sibal has said is never acceptable to the identity and the rich history of Assam and the northeastern region, to be very precise. And that is the reason why this statement by Kapil Sibal is being condemned. And yes, apart from the condemnation that has poured in, various organizations have also demanded an apology from Kapil Sibal for his statement made in the floor of the Supreme Court.
Right, of course. Thank you so much, Anirudh, for joining us with those details. But yes, the Assam. In fact, if I stay with us, Anirudh, we are getting, there have been reactions of sorts, but we don't understand the kind of comments that Kapil Sibal had made. You know, he has been the education minister also. He's been a senior leader in the Congress earlier, and he's a senior advocate as well. But these sort of comments, I think he was well aware that what will follow once you make such remarks, that too in the Apex Court. Assam, part of Myanmar, indeed is now stirring a massive controversy, and we do not see even any base of that theory that was put out by Kapil Sibal himself in the Supreme Court. Right, we seem to have lost the connection with Anirudh, but time for a very short break. Viewers, remember, we are getting you the latest from the Parliament as at 2 p.m. What we expect is that the Lok Sabha will resume. Also, the marathon hearing on Article 370 abrogation has concluded, and Supreme Court will be pronouncing a verdict on the abrogation on 11th of December. We'll get you all that and much more on the other side. Stay tuned. Also, we are going to tell you how Congress is apparently hunting for another seat for Rahul. Karnataka leaders are now inviting Rahul Gandhi to contest from Karnataka. Get you the latest on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
eyes heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
How do you view where our digital economy is placed, and what can Meta do to be a more involved, even more aggressive participant in that story?
One is just this rapid pace of digital transformation that's sweeping through our country at this point. The second thing that's happening is just, if you look at, which I think is unique to our country, is just the investments in digital public infrastructure. You heard about UPI. We went from, I think the number was around 180 million transactions in 2018, which were, UPI payments. To this month in October, I think we announced 11 billion transactions on UPI.
All right, we're getting in a big lead in the cash for query scam as the report has been tabled in the Lok Sabha. And right now, as per sources, Shaukat Roy of the TMC will be speaking on Mahua Moitra report, the cash for query scam report that has been tabled, ethics committee report. And what we know so far is that Mahua Moitra will not be speaking in that half an hour period. My colleague Harsha is joining us live on the broadcast. Harsha, it's a big update coming in as per sources that Mahua Moitra has not been allowed. The speaker has denied a chance that she should for speaking up in this half an hour that was allotted by him. What we know is that Shaukat Roy, TMC MP, will be speaking on her behalf.
Rightly stated, Rakshita, and this is because Mahua Moitra herself is one of the person who is accused in this entire cash for query allegation, and we know that her deposition already took place in front of the ethics committee. And now, what we have latest learned from Mahua Moitra and from the BJP sources is that she has been denied to speak for herself, and therefore TMC MP Saugata Rao, who is MP in Lok Sabha and is going through the hard copy of the report which has been given from the Speaker's office to each and every person, and he is going through the report and he will be speaking from the side of TMC. Rakshita, we know that the time allotted is very less. It is 30 minutes time only for the discussion, and the 3-line whip has already been issued. So from the side of the BJP, we know that 2 leaders have been allotted time, and from the others as well. So right now you're watching Republic TV. We have to go on a short break, but on the other side of the break, I from Parliament will be giving you all the updates latest on what is going to happen in cash for query allegation. The report has already been tabled, and what will happen at 2 p.m. when Lok Sabha resumes, and whether expulsion is happening today or not. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
What this political continuity will mean for the Indian economy? You've got a free run for the next 5.5 years.
I said, let me take with the immediate short term. I haven't come to the medium term. Medium term for me is the next 5 years.
Till we are a 5 trillion economy, the world is curious about this. Between 5 and 10 trillion, which could happen in 5 years as Mr. Puri is predicting.
Political leadership is very critical for the country, and you need consistency and predictability of policy, and similarly you need continuity in leadership for a long time.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर हैं, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले
बिजनेस चैनल is born under very positive planetary configurations. India is doing well, Indian business is doing well, and more than that, you bring a good business channel onto the market which has the right kind of narrative, India first, business support.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Welcome to the 3rd edition. And the highlight of this edition, and I've thought about this for a while, I've deliberated about this myself, always wanted to do it, but I think the time has come. It gives me immense pride to announce at this platform today the launch of the 5th mega news brand from the Republic Media Network, Republic Business.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, will see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
Very good afternoon. It's 2 p.m. We continue to be live and breaking. The top focus, of course, remains the report that's been submitted in the Parliament, which will be debated very shortly. Tracking all that and more. First, the headlines. Ethics Committee tables report on Mahua payoff scandal in the Parliament, recommends expulsion of the TMC MP. TMC writes to Lok Sabha Speaker, seeks copy of ethics panel report, says will respond in the next 24 hours. Big political face-off over Savarkar controversy. Uddhav Sena distances from the Congress, says party must explain.
वे अपने मामलों के अनुबंध पाठ को व्यक्तिगत रूप से सभा के सदन पटल पर रख सकते हैं। ये पढ़ लें। माननीय मंत्री जी,
Sir, I move the following, that this House do take up for the consideration the first report of the Committee on Ethics on complaint dated 15th October 2023 given by Dr. Nishikant Dubey, MP against Srimati Mahua Moitra, MP for the direct involvement in the cash for query in the Parliament with reference to the examination, investigation of the unethical conduct of Sri Mahua Moitra, MP, laid on the table of the House on 8th December 2023.
एक मिनट सबको। ओके।
We don't have the copy of the motion. We don't have the supplementary motion.
माननीय सदस्यगण, आज जिस विषय पर विचार किया जा रहा है वो विचार और प्रस्ताव जो माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री ने रखा है वो हम सबके लिए पीड़ादायक भी है, लेकिन कई बार ऐसे अवसर आते हैं जब इस सभा को अपने प्रति, राष्ट्र के प्रति अपने कर्तव्यों के निर्वहन के लिए उचित निर्णय लेने होते हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, संसदीय लोकतंत्र नियमों, उच्च मर्यादाओं से चलता है। ये सदन हमारे देश की सर्वोच्च पीठ है। पिछले 75 वर्षों की हमारी लोकतांत्रिक यात्रा में हमारे सदन की, हमारे लोकतंत्र की एक ऊंची मर्यादा स्थापित हुई है। पूरा देश उच्च संसदीय परंपराओं के लिए हमारी ओर देखता है। इन्हीं उच्च परंपराओं की बदौलत हमारे लोकतंत्र की पूरे विश्व में एक विशिष्ट पहचान है। माननीय सदस्यगण, पिछले 75 वर्षों की गौरवशाली यात्रा में हमारा लोकतंत्र निरंतर सशक्त और परिपक्व हुआ है। जनता के बीच हमारी विशिष्टता लगातार बढ़ी है। जनता ने हमें इसलिए चुनकर भेजा है कि हम सदन में बैठकर उनके विकास के लिए, उनकी कल्याण के लिए, उनकी आशाओं के लिए, उनकी आकांक्षाओं को इस सदन में बैठकर पूरा कर सकें। लेकिन हमारे लोकतंत्र की इस गौरवशाली यात्रा में समय समय पर हमारे ऐसे अवसर भी आए हैं जब हमने इस सदन की गरिमा और प्रतिष्ठा, सदन के उच्च मापदंडों को बनाए रखने के लिए उचित निर्णय भी किए हैं। इस सदन के उच्च मर्यादा और लोकतांत्रिक मूल्य ऐसे मूल सिद्धांत है जिसमें किसी प्रकार का कोई समझौता नहीं किया जा सकता। ऐसे में हमारा दायित्व बनता है कि हम शुद्ध अंतःकरण से, ईमानदारी और कर्तव्यनिष्ठा से इन सिद्धांतों की रक्षा के लिए अपने दायित्वों का निर्वहन करें। हम अपने उच्च आचरण में शुद्धता रखें, शुचिता रखें, अपने व्यवहार को से किसी प्रकार का कोई को कष्ट न हो, हमारे व्यवहार से, हमारे कार्य में कोई संदेह न हो, हमारा आचरण ऐसा न हो जिससे कि लोकतंत्र की उच्च मर्यादा और प्रतिष्ठा को कोई ठेस पहुंचे। इस सदन की विशेषता और उच्च मापदंड को बनाए रखने, उन्हें संवर्धित करना इस सदन के सदस्य रूप में हम सबका सामूहिक और सर्वोच्च दायित्व है। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं समझता हूं हम सब यहां पर जिस बात पर विचार करने जा रहे हैं वह हम सब के सामूहिकता से विचार कर रहे हैं, सहानुभूतिपूर्वक विचार कर रहे हैं, संवेदना के साथ विचार कर रहे हैं। हमें किसी भी सदन में किसी भी सदस्य को, मेरी कोशिश रहती है न मैं सदन से उसको निलंबित करूं, कभी कोई कार्रवाई करूं। मेरी तो यही कोशिश रहती है कि सभी सदस्यों को पर्याप्त अवसर, पर्याप्त समय मिले। समय समय पर मैंने कोशिश भी की कि सदन की मर्यादा बनी रहे और उस मर्यादा बनाने के लिए कुछ कठोर निर्णय भी करने पड़े तो सदन की मर्यादा के लिए करने पड़े। और इसीलिए आज भी हम जो भी चर्चा कर रहे हैं उसमें मर्यादा, सदन की गरिमा हम सब के लिए सबसे ऊपर है। ऐसी परिस्थिति में हम सबको इस सदन के गौरव, सम्मान, नैतिकता और अस्मिता को अक्षुण्ण रखना हम सबकी सामूहिक जिम्मेदारी है। मुझे आशा है इस विषय पर जब हम चर्चा करें तो सदन की मर्यादा, उच्च कोटि की मर्यादा और पूरे देश में इस सदन के प्रति लोगों का विश्वास, भरोसा बना रहे और व्यक्तिगत रूप से भी जिन लोगों ने हमें चुनकर भेजा है, हम व्यक्तिगत आचरण में भी हमारा व्यवहार ऐसा होना चाहिए कि हम लोकतंत्र की उच्च मर्यादा को कायम रख सकें। मैं नियम 316(e)(2) के विषय पर अधिकतम आधे घंटे की चर्चा की अनुमति देता हूं। माननीय सदस्यों से आग्रह है कि
थोड़ा ये टाइम तो बढ़ाइए ना प्लीज।
ठीक है,
यू कंसीडर आधा घंटे में सब पार्टी बोलना चाहिए।
अधीर रंजन चौधरी जी।
सर, आपने अपना पीड़ा जताई और ये सुनकर हमें ये यकीन हो रहा है कि कम से कम कोई हमारे साथ रहे या ना रहे, हमारे स्पीकर साहब एक कस्टोडियन की होने के नाते सही दिशा पे सही निर्णय जरूर लेंगे। सर, मैं छोटी सी 2-3 बात कहूंगा क्योंकि हमारे पार्टी की तरफ से मनीष तिवारी जी इस पे अपना बात रखेंगे। सर, मैं ये कहना चाहते हैं कि 12 बजे की बाद आज ये पेपर मतलब ये रिपोर्ट ले हुई है, एथिक्स कमेटी की रिपोर्ट, और 2 बजे के साथ साथ सर अपने इस मुद्दे पे चर्चा शुरू कर दी है। सर, ये पेपर जो हमारे पास रिपोर्ट आए हैं सर, वो दिखाने की मैं कोशिश करूंगा आपको। इसे देखिए 106 पेजेस है और सिर्फ यही नहीं, सारे एनेक्स्चर वगैरह कुल मिला के 495 पेजेस है। सर, मुझे ये सवाल करने आता है कि कोई ह्यूमनली मतलब कोई हमारे कोई मेंबर जो भी हो इतना जल्दी में मतलब 2 घंटे की मोहलत, और ये 2 घंटे भी नहीं हुई है, 12 बजे की बाद यहां से निकलना, इसको डाउनलोड करना करते करते आधा घंटा पौने घंटे निकल चुके हैं। फिर सर 406 पेजेस है। तो आप ये कहिए कि कोई मनुष्यों की इतना क्षमता है कि इतना जल्दबाजी में सारे पेपर पढ़ ले और उसके अंदर कोई गलतियां है, कोई उस बारीकी से जानकारी लेने में वो कोई कामयाब हो सकते हैं? अब बताइए। ये भाई सब एक कॉमन सेंस पे आधार पर मैं ये पूछना चाहते हैं। तो इसलिए मैं आप मेरा तरफ से, मेरे पार्टी की तरफ से सर आपसे ये मांग भी रखी है कि 3-4 दिन की मोहलत अब दिया करो और इस बीच हम सही ढंग से पढ़े, विचार विमर्श करें और फिर सदन में आकर एक सही ढंग से चर्चा कर, जो आप चाहते हैं, मर्यादा को रखते हुए, उच्च कोटि मर्यादा को पालन करते हुए हम सदन में विस्तार पर चर्चा करें। क्योंकि सर ये एक छोटी मुद्दा नहीं, ये एक नजीर बन के जाएंगे। ये नया सदन एक नजीर बनाने जा रहे हैं। सर, ये नजीर में कोई खामियां ना रहे। सर, मैं छोटी सी बात, मान लीजिए सर कोई न्यायालय में भी अगर किसी को सजा होता है, वो भी मौत की सजा होते हैं, तो न्यायालय पूछते हैं कि भाई आपको कुछ कहना है, जिसको हम नेचुरल जस्टिस बोलते हैं। सर देखिए, ऑडी ऑल्टेरम पार्टेम ये एक शब्द निकालते हैं सर हमारा रूल से, कि मतलब ये कि ये जिसके खिलाफ कोई मतलब शिकायत है, ये नेचुरल जस्टिस कहते हैं, उनको बोलने का मौका देना चाहिए। जैसे कि मोहम्मद को नाम लिए गए, जिक्र किए गए, उनके खिलाफ शिकायतें हैं, तो उनको तो कम से कम बोलने का मौका देना चाहिए। नहीं, आप खुद बताइए सर, मैं आपकी विचार पर ये छोड़ रहे हैं। और साथ साथ सर ये नया सदन ऐसा ना करे कि नया सदन एक नए कलंकित अध्याय की आगाज ना करे, ये मेरा शंका है। सर, जिस सदन में महिला को महिमान्वित किया जाता है सर, रोजाना महिला को सर महिला को महिला क्या चल रहा है सर, और जिस सदन में और सदन के बाहर
चलना चाहिए सर।
प्रधानमंत्री
इसमें
कहते
जो
हैं कि महिला
रिपोर्ट में जो है उसका चर्चा चलना चाहिए। और जब 2005 में 10 लोगों को निष्कासित किया गया था, उसी दिन रिपोर्ट दिया गया था और उस टाइम भी 10 लोगों को इधर अपने बात रखने का मौका नहीं दिया गया था। ये रिकॉर्ड पे है। आज जहां तक मैं जानता हूं, उस माननीय सोमनाथ चटर्जी ने उसके ऊपर रूलिंग दिया गया था। ये क्या बात करे और कलंकित वगैरह जो हुआ है। सारे देश इतना बड़ा वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसी, इतना बड़ा दुनिया के सबसे बड़ा डेमोक्रेसी, अभी हमारे पूरे डेमोक्रेसी का जो एक कलंक है, वो कलंक के बारे में वो बात करो।
क्या करेंगे? अरे हम क्या ज्यादा कुछ मांगे हैं? यहाँ रक्षा मंत्री जी है,
मनीष तिवारी जी हो गया ना इनका विषय। एक मिनट राम गोपाल जी प्लीज।
अध्यक्ष जी, मुझे 31 साल वकालत करते हो गए और कई बार ऐसा मौका आया है कि जल्दी में बहस करनी पड़ती है, पर शायद आज पहली बार किसी कागज को बगैर संज्ञान में लिए मैं बहस करने के लिए खड़ा हुआ। ये बड़ी विडंबना है कि 12 बजे पटल के ऊपर रिपोर्ट रखी जाती है और 2 बजे उसकी बहस लगा दी जाती है। जैसे अधीर रंजन जी ने कहा, हेवंस वुड नॉट हैव फॉलन, आसमान नहीं गिर जाता अगर 3-4 दिन हमको दे दिए जाते कि इस कागज को, ये जो रिपोर्ट है, इसको संज्ञान में लेकर इसको पढ़कर अपनी बात एक अच्छे ढंग से हम इस सदन के समक्ष रख सकते, क्योंकि एक बहुत ही संवेदनशील मामले के ऊपर ये सदन फैसला करने जा रहा है। पर अध्यक्ष जी, मैं 4-5 चीजें जो बहुत ही बुनियादी हैं और जो नेचुरल जस्टिस से और जो मौलिक अख्तियार हैं उनसे जुड़ी हुई हैं, उसके ऊपर मैं जरूर अपनी बात कहना चाहता हूं। पहला सवाल यह है अध्यक्ष जी, दैट कैन द प्रोसीजर ऑफ द एथिक्स कमिटी ओवरराइड द फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस, which is the organizing principle of every justice system in the world? और ये बात मैं इसलिए कह रहा हूं कि हमने जो अखबारों में पढ़ा उससे बहुत साफ तौर पर यह चीज निकल के आई कि जिनको अभियुक्त बनाया गया, जिनके ऊपर लांछन लगाए गए, उनको अपनी बात पूरी तरह रखने का मौका भी नहीं दिया गया। ये किस तरह का प्रोसीजर है? ये किस तरह की न्यायिक प्रक्रिया है? और इसलिए ये जो फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल है नेचुरल जस्टिस का, कि जिस व्यक्ति के ऊपर आरोप लगाए जाते हैं, जिसको अभियुक्त बनाया जाता है, उसको अपनी पूरी बात कहने का मौका मिलना चाहिए और जिस व्यक्ति ने आरोप लगाए हैं उसको क्रॉस एग्जामिन करने का मौका मिलना चाहिए। और जहां तक मेरी जानकारी है, जिन लोगों ने आरोप लगाए हैं, ना सुश्री मोइत्रा को और ना उनके किसी वकील को उनको क्रॉस एग्जामिन करने का मौका दिया गया। मेरा दूसरा सवाल यह है अध्यक्ष जी, मैंने रूल जो 316D है, रूल 316D ऑफ द रूल्स ऑफ प्रोसीजर एंड कंडक्ट ऑफ बिजनेस, उसको ध्यान से पढ़ा है। उसमें ये लिखा है, द रिकमेंडेशंस ऑफ द कमिटी शैल बी प्रेजेंटेड इन द फॉर्म ऑफ अ रिपोर्ट। अब मैं एक बुनियादी सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि फौजदारी के कानून में 2 चीजों में फर्क है, कन्विक्शन और सेंटेंसिंग में फर्क है। जो एथिक्स कमेटी है वो ये तो सिफारिश कर सकती है कि कोई व्यक्ति गुनाहगार है या बेगुनाह है, पर एथिक्स कमेटी यह सिफारिश नहीं कर सकती कि उसको दंड क्या दिया जाना चाहिए। दिस इज अ फंडामेंटल डिस्टिंक्शन। दैट पावर लाइज विद दिस हाउस। The ethics committee at best can make a recommendation that whether a person is guilty or a person is innocent. It is this house sitting as a jury which has the powers to decide the quantum of punishment, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, the recommendation of the Ethics Committee is fundamentally flawed in my respectful submission.
Okay.
तीसरा, अध्यक्ष जी, आज सारी पार्टियों ने 3 लाइन व्हिप इशू किया है. मैं एक बुनियादी प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूं. Today this house is sitting as a judge and a jury. In an impeachment proceeding, or when you are considering the report of the Privileges Committee, or you are considering the report of the Ethics Committee, can a party direct its members to vote in a particular way? Can a whip even be issued? Because this is like directing a judge to decide a matter in a particular manner. This is a complete diversity of justice. First of all, Mr. Speaker, sir, this house should be adjourned. All the whips should be withdrawn from all the sides, because we are not sitting as ordinary members of this house. We are sitting as judges in a jury in order to decide the fate of one of our honorable colleagues, and I am afraid that cannot be done through whip-driven tyranny.
Okay.
So therefore, अध्यक्ष जी, अभी मैं खत्म नहीं हुआ, अभी तो बुनियादी सवालों के ऊपर हूं. रिपोर्ट पे तो मैं आया भी नहीं हूं, जरा सुन लीजिए, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही बुनियादी सवाल है. मैं अगला सवाल आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं.
आप संसद में कर रहे हैं या कोर्ट में डिबेट कर रहे हैं?
बिकॉज ये कोर्ट है अध्यक्ष जी. अध्यक्ष जी, टुडे वी आर सिटिंग एज अ कोर्ट. वी आर नॉट सिटिंग एज पार्लियामेंट. टुडे वी आर सिटिंग एज जजेस टू डिसाइड द फेट ऑफ वन ऑफ आवर कॉलीग्स. वी आर नॉट सिटिंग as parliament today. We are sitting as a judge and a jury. There is a fundamental distinction between the two.
Please, एक मिनट. माननीय सदस्यगण, ये संसद है, ये कोर्ट नहीं है. ये आप सीनियर हैं, आप क्या बोल रहे हैं ये आप देखें. आपके
बहुत विनम्रता के साथ. 4:30.
मैं न्यायाधीश नहीं हूं.
पार्टनर, अध्यक्ष जी,
न्यायाधीश नहीं हूं.
अध्यक्ष जी,
सभापति हूं.
अध्यक्ष जी, मैंने पिछले 4.5 पौने 5 साल में कभी आपकी बात नहीं काटी. आपकी हर रूलिंग को सर माथे पर रखा है. पर आज ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण बात है, पर मुझको आपसे डिसएग्री करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आज हम एक संसद के रूप में नहीं बैठे हैं. Today we are sitting as a jury, we are sitting as judges to decide the fate of one of our colleagues. My next question, Mr. Speaker, sir.
माननीय सदस्य, एक प्लीज. इस जुडिशली में और सभा में अंतर है. आप वरिष्ठ अभिवक्ता हैं. मैं यहां निर्णय नहीं कर रहा, यहां निर्णय सभा कर रही है. आप गलत तरीके के तर्कों को यहां पर मत रखिए. ये रिकॉर्ड में जाती है चीजें. आप गलत तरीके से. मैं न्यायाधीश नहीं हूं, मैं सभापति हूं और निर्णय करेगी सभा. निर्णय करेगी
और हमने किसी के
वरिष्ठ है.
ऐसे ही
आपने कहा इससे आपने
मेरी बात थोड़ी कहा है कि ऐसे ही वोट करो. हमने तो व्हिप किया प्रेजेंट करने के लिए.
एक मिनट प्लीज, एक मिनट बैठे. ये सभा निर्णय कर रही है, और जब सभा निर्णय करती है तो सभा निर्णय करती है. प्लीज.
मैं बहुत अदब और सत्कार के साथ एक बात पूछना चाहता हूं. क्या एक न्यायमूर्ति को या न्यायाधीश को यह कहा जा सकता है कि नहीं बी डायरेक्टेड टू डिसाइड इन अ पर्टिकुलर मैनर? आप 10th शेड्यूल के तहत जब व्हिप इशू करते हैं, यू आर वर्चुअली डायरेक्टिंग योर मेंबर्स टू डिसाइड इन अ पर्टिकुलर मैनर. दिस इज द कंप्लीट एंटीथीसिस ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस. It is the complete antithesis of natural justice. The fundamental principles of natural justice are being thrown to the winds in this house. I would urge you, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the whip needs to be withdrawn, because we are sitting as a jury. The whip needs to be withdrawn.
आप अभी
अध्यक्ष जी, मैंने अपनी जिंदगी में कभी ऐसा नहीं देखा है कि जब कोई सभा न्याय करने बैठी हो, न्यायमूर्ति के रूप में बैठी हो, तो एक व्हिप के माध्यम से उनको यह हिदायत दी जाए कि आपको फैसला एक तरीके से करना है. अपना विवेक, अपना कॉन्शियंस अपना सेंस ऑफ जस्टिस इस्तेमाल करके नहीं करना, एक पर्टिकुलर तरीके से फैसला करना है।
हीना गावित जी,
मैं अध्यक्ष जी अगली बात पे आता हूं, एक अगली बात पे आता हूं।
1 मिनट आप कंक्लूड कर दो।
अध्यक्ष जी, संविधान की धारा 105, आर्टिकल 105 of the Constitution gives powers, privileges and immunities to members of Parliament. I want to read out Article 105(2). Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 105(2) says, no member of Parliament shall be liable to any proceedings in any court in respect of anything said or any vote given by him in Parliament or any committee thereof, and no person shall be so liable in respect of the publication by or under the authority of either House of Parliament of any report, paper, vote or proceedings. Mr. Speaker, sir, 105(2) was inserted into the Constitution in order to give complete immunity. I stress the word complete immunity to a member for anything said or done in the House. And he cannot even be, his conduct cannot even be called into question in a court of law. So the question is, when your conduct cannot be called into question in a court of law, can your conduct be called into question in this august chamber? Can this
माननीय सभापति महोदय, बहुत दुख हो रहा है कि आज हमें ऐसे विषय पर यहाँ
एक सेकंड आप बोलिए,
ने दीजिए। अध्यक्ष जी, my humble submission is, can this august house override the founding document of India which has brought this house into existence? And the answer is no. Article 105(2) gives immunity, absolute immunity for anything done in the House. And my last point, Mr. Speaker, sir, when the Supreme Court of India interpreted Article 105(2) in P.V. Narasimha Rao's case, they clearly and absolutely said that anything done in this House, even if it is allegedly actuated by bribery, cannot be called into question in any court of law. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, these proceedings should not have been held, and I would urge you to withdraw.
महोदय, बहुत दुख हो रहा है कि आज हमें ऐसे विषय पर यहाँ संसद में चर्चा करनी पड़ रही है। हमारे विरोधी पार्टी के साथियों ने कहा कि एक ही दिन में रिपोर्ट लाए, एक ही दिन में आप चर्चा लाए, तो उन्हें मैं याद करवा दूं, 2005 में सेम डे रिपोर्ट उनकी सरकार थी, सेम डे रिपोर्ट आया था और 10 सांसदों को सेम डे इन्होंने निकाला था। तो जो हमें सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, उन्होंने यही 2005 में किया था। अभी सर, ये पहली बार
उस समय संविधान की धारा 105 नहीं थी।
सर, यहाँ देश में ये कोई पहली बार ऐसे इंसिडेंट नहीं हुआ। 1951-52 में श्री मुदगल जी, जो उस समय माननीय सांसद थे, उन्हें पैसे लेने के आरोप में संसद ने निकाला था। और ये आज जो इंसिडेंट हो रहा है, इससे पहले 13 सांसदों को इसी तरह निकाला गया है। लेकिन आज का ये जो माननीय सांसद महुआ मोइत्रा जी का जो प्रकरण है, ये और पिछले प्रकरणों में जमीन आसमान का फर्क है। इसमें कंपनी एग्जिस्ट करती है, इसमें बिजनेसमैन एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, और मिस्टर हीरा नंदानी, जिनका नाम रिपोर्ट में आया हुआ है, मैंने तो 2 घंटे में रिपोर्ट पढ़ी है। पता नहीं इतने सब विद्वान यहाँ बैठे हैं, कैसे 2 घंटे में वो रिपोर्ट नहीं पढ़ पाए। मैंने पूरा रिपोर्ट 2 घंटे में पढ़ा, और उसमें मिस्टर हीरा नंदानी, जो बिजनेसमैन है, जिनकी कंपनी का इंटरेस्ट है और जो प्रमुख रूप से 5 सेक्टर्स में उनका इंटरेस्ट है, टेलीकॉम, शिपिंग, रियल एस्टेट, पेट्रोलियम और पाइपलाइन। अभी जो माननीय सांसद जिनके विषय पर हम लोग यहाँ चर्चा कर रहे हैं, जब से इस सदन की वो सदस्य बनी है, तब से आज तक उन्होंने 61 क्वेश्चंस पूछे हैं। इस 61 क्वेश्चंस में से 50 प्रश्न उनके इन्हीं 5 सेक्टर्स में मिस्टर हीरा नंदानी से संबंधित विषयों में पूछे गए हैं। और इतना ही नहीं, तो 47 टाइम्स दुबई से इनका अकाउंट लॉगिन हुआ है, ये भी यहाँ रिपोर्ट में है। 6 बार यूके, यूएस, नेपाल यहां से अकाउंट लॉगिन होके क्वेश्चंस अपलोड किए गए हैं। और ये चीज खुद माननीय सांसद महोदया ने एथिक्स कमेटी के सामने ये एक्सेप्ट किया है कि उनका आईडी और पासवर्ड ये उन्होंने खुद मिस्टर हीरानंदानी को और उनके कंपनी के लोगों को दिया था। तो यहाँ जो नेचुरल जस्टिस की बात कर रहे हैं उन्हें मैं याद करवा दूं कि एथिक्स कमेटी के सामने माननीय सांसद महोदया को पूरा मौका मिला, उनकी बात रखने का मौका मिला और मिस्टर हीरानंदानी जो इस कंपनी के प्रमुख है और जिनके पास से गिफ्ट्स और पैसे लेने के जो आरोप यहाँ पे थे, उसमें मिस्टर हीरानंदानी ने खुद एफिडेविट कर एथिक्स कमेटी को दिया है। और वो जो एफिडेविट उन्होंने किया है वो इंडियन एम्बेसी के डेप्यूटी काउंसलेट जनरल जो दुबई में है उनके सामने शपथ लेकर उन्होंने ये एफिडेविट किया हुआ है। इसी के साथ मैं आपका और पूरे सदन का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगी कि यहाँ बार बार जो बात हो रही है कि नेचुरल जस्टिस की, फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल ऑफ नेचुरल जस्टिस की, तो मैं यहाँ बताना चाहूंगी कि अध्यक्ष महोदय, जब हम लोग सांसद बनते हैं, सांसद बनने के बाद हम सबको मेंबर्स पोर्टल पर एक रूल्स के तहत आईडी और पासवर्ड देने का एक फॉर्म मिलता है। हम सभी सांसद, चाहे वो लोकसभा के हो या राज्यसभा के, वो फॉर्म पे साइन करते हैं और उसमें रूल्स में लिखा हुआ है कि हम हमारा आईडी और पासवर्ड किसी को शेयर नहीं कर सकते। ये रूल्स में लिखा है, हर संसद सदस्य उस पे साइन करता है, हम सबने साइन किया हुआ है। और यहाँ पर जो माननीय सांसद महोदया है उन्होंने तो खुद ये मान्य किया है कि उन्होंने आईडी पासवर्ड दिया, ये पहली बात। दूसरा, एक ही दिन में उनका अकाउंट लॉगिन होता है दिल्ली में, दुबई में, बैंगलोर में और यूएस में। 4 अलग अलग शहरों से यहाँ पे उनका अकाउंट लॉगिन हो रहा है। तो यहाँ नेचुरल जस्टिस की बात कर रहे हैं, आप खुद रूल्स तोड़ रहे हैं। आप माननीय सांसद हैं, आपने खुद एक फॉर्म साइन करके जो चीज आपको कॉन्फिडेंशियल रखनी है वो आप खुद 4 अलग अलग लोगों को शेयर कर रहे हैं। तो ये यहाँ पे उन्होंने खुद यहाँ प्रूव हो चुका है। सर, ये पक्ष या विपक्ष का सवाल नहीं है, ये संसद की मर्यादा का सवाल है। हम पार्लियामेंट्री प्रोसीजर्स को यहाँ रिस्पेक्ट करना ये हमारा काम है। जब यहाँ पे ये कह रहे हैं कि जो भी चर्चा हम यहाँ कर रहे हैं या उनकी तरफ से जो कह रहे हैं, मुझे ये कहते हुए बड़ा दुख हो रहा है कि इस एक घटना के कारण पूरे दुनिया भर में हमारे सांसदों की छवि खराब हो रही है। इससे एक मैसेज ये जा रहा है कि सांसद अपने सवाल खुद नहीं पूछते, कोई और उनको पूछने लगाता है। उनकी चिट्ठी खुद नहीं लिखते, कोई और उनको चिट्ठा लिख के देता है। अपने भाषण खुद नहीं लिखते, कोई और उनको लिख के देता है। और इतना ही नहीं, अगर कोई उनको पैसे दे तो वो जोर जोर से चिल्ला चिल्ला के सदन में सवाल पूछते हैं। इस तरह से सभी सांसदों की इस एक इंसिडेंट के कारण छवि खराब हो रही है। मैं यहाँ आपको ये बोलना चाहूंगी कि माननीय सांसद के इस अनएथिकल कंडक्ट के कारण आज सभी सांसदों की छवि ये देश भर में खराब हुई है। केवल देश भर में ही नहीं, दुनिया भर में यहाँ खराब हुई है। अभी यहाँ पे कोई द्रौपदी का चीरहरण की बात कर रहा है, अलग अलग देवियों का नाम लिया जा रहा है। हम सब यहाँ सांसद है, फीमेल मेल इररिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ दैट, हम लोग हमारे संसदीय क्षेत्र का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं। एक जिम्मेदार व्यक्ति के नाते हम यहाँ आके बैठते हैं। हम यहाँ जब आते हैं तो हम कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन की ओथ लेते हैं कि हम ये पार्लियामेंट की मर्यादा रखेंगे, हम हमारे संसदीय क्षेत्र के लोगों का सवाल पूछेंगे और हम हमारे संसदीय क्षेत्र के लोगों का प्रतिनिधि के नाते यहाँ आके बैठते, ना कोई प्राइवेट एंटिटी का कोई रिप्रेजेंटेटिव या एजेंट बनके। तो मुझे यहाँ आपके माध्यम से यहाँ पर मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगी बड़े ही विनम्रता से कि यहाँ एथिक्स कमेटी ने रिस्पोंडेंट को भी सुना है, कंप्लेनेंट को भी सुना है, एफिडेविट का भी पूरा यहाँ पे अभ्यास हुआ है और नेचुरल जस्टिस की जो बात हो रही है, जिन पे आरोप लगे हैं उन्हें भी वहाँ पे कमिटी ने पूछा। और जो यहाँ पे बार बार अपमान की बात वो लोग करते हैं, तो मैं यहाँ बोलना चाहूंगी कि जब मैं पूरा रिपोर्ट पढ़ रही थी तो रिपोर्ट में माननीय सांसद महोदया से जो एफिडेविट प्राप्त हुआ है, वो एफिडेविट के कंटेंट से रिलेटेड ही सवाल उनसे पूछे गए। उन्हें कोई व्यक्तिगत सवाल नहीं पूछा गया जिनसे उनको ये लगे कि हमारा यहाँ पे चीरहरण हो रहा है। तो मैं आपको यहाँ पे विनम्रता से अनुरोध करूंगी कि कमिटी ने यहाँ पे जो प्रस्ताव रखा है उसमें कुछ उन्होंने महत्वपूर्ण विषय जो यहाँ रखे हैं, इन प्रस्तावों को स्वीकार किया जाए और हमें ये देश को और पूरी दुनिया को हमें ये मैसेज देना है, हमको ये उनको बताना है कि यदि इस संसद का कोई सदस्य अनएथिकल कंडक्ट करता है, रूल्स एंड प्रोसीजर्स के बाहर काम करता है, तो ये सदन वो सदस्य को सदस्यता से बाहर निकालने का काम भी ये सदन कर सकता है। एंड नोबडी इज अबाउ द लॉ ऑफ द लैंड। धन्यवाद।
कल्याण बनर्जी जी।
Sir, allegations against Moitra have been placed by the honorable member just now, I heard. So who can be the best person to reply to these allegations? It is the parliament. It will be on record, that speech. But if Moitra be not allowed to deliver her explanation, the parliament's idea would not be fulfilled. So I would request you, sir, from our party, as a speaker, Moitra be allowed to speak.
पहले कल्याण बनर्जी बोल रहे हैं। कल्याण बनर्जी।
No. What I propose, my party's spokesperson will be Moitra herself, because the allegation is against her. Wild allegations have been raised. Whether it is true or wrong, let it be spoken by her, sir. Sir, the House will go to take a decision, will expel her.
सर, मान्य जो सदस्य का निष्कासित का आज प्रस्ताव आ रहा है, जिसके रिपोर्ट के बारे में हम चर्चा कर रहे हैं, वो एथिक्स कमेटी के द्वारा पूरा चर्चा हुआ है और सभी बिंदुओं के बारे में विचार विमर्श हुआ है और समिति ने आज अपना रिपोर्ट पार्लियामेंट के सामने आपके द्वारा आपके अनुमति के साथ रखा है। मैं पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ ये कहता हूं, इसी सदन जब वेस्ट बंगाल के ही माननीय सोमनाथ चटर्जी स्पीकर थे, उसी टाइम 10 लोगों को निष्कासित किया गया था कैश फॉर क्वेरी में। इस मामले में जब पूछा गया कि जो 10 लोग बैठे थे, एमपी अंदर ही बैठे थे, तब रिक्वेस्ट किया गया इन लोगों को भी अपना समर्थन देने के लिए कृपया आप अनुमति दें। तब सोमनाथ चटर्जी साहब ने स्पष्ट रूप से कहा था, जो इंक्वायरी कमेटी था, इस कमेटी के सामने पेश हुए थे, इनका पूछताछ हुआ है, पूरा कमेटी चर्चा करके निष्कर्ष पर पहुंचा है। अभी तो इस सदन में बोलने के लिए कोई अधिकार नहीं है, ये स्वयं सोमनाथ चटर्जी ने उस टाइम कहा है, इसलिए अनुमति दिया नहीं गया था। अभी भी ये सवाल नहीं है, ये तो अनएथिकल सवाल नहीं उठना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल। कल्याण बनर्जी जी, पुरानी परंपराएं मेरे पास भी पड़ी हुई है, जिसका मेंशन संसदीय कार्य मंत्री जी ने भी कहा है। हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष माननीय सोमनाथ जी चटर्जी, प्रणब मुखर्जी यहाँ पर थे, उन सबकी रिपोर्ट पुरानी केस को इस विषय पर हुई थी और उस पर उन्होंने अध्यक्ष ने जो परंपरा नियम या जो रूल्स देते हैं वही हमारे रूल्स नियम जाने जाते हैं। और उस समय माननीय सोमनाथ चटर्जी जी ने यहाँ पर ये कहा था कि जो माननीय सदस्य जिनके ऊपर ये आरोप लगे हैं उनको कमेटी में बोलने का पर्याप्त अवसर, पर्याप्त मौका रहता है। और मैं रिकॉर्ड रख के टेबल पे बात करता हूँ, ऑन रिकॉर्ड बात नहीं करता हूँ। मैं आप अगर डिबेट करेंगे तो मैं एक एक लाइन पढ़ के सुना दूंगा। मैं रिकॉर्ड बोलता हूँ। और यहाँ पर इस सदन में, एक मिनट प्लीज, इस सदन में परंपरा रही है कि जो पुराने अध्यक्षों के जो कुछ भी परंपराएं हैं उनको नए अध्यक्ष हमेशा परंपराओं को पालन करते हैं, ये उनके होते हैं।
और स्पीकर का डायरेक्शन का एक बुक है जी, पढ़ के देखो।
आप नहीं बोल रहे कल्याण जी, आगे बुलाऊं? हाँ बोलिए, सुदीप जी बोल रहे, सुदीप जी बोलो।
On this house, in Parliament, her speech has been recorded, and it is now the property of the house. But against whom you are going to expel from 17th Lok Sabha, it is known to everybody. Today they have placed the report in Parliament, but the whole report has been exposed to the media long time before. It is nothing new. It is the only ethics committee who have done this wrong. They have exposed it to the media. It is not that they are submitting the report today. So against Mahua, report has been placed. One speaker has said so many allegations. What's the harm to give her a small hearing? Minimum for 10 minutes. Let her speak once. Before you are going to expel her, why not she will be allowed to speak for few minutes? What's wrong in it, sir? So I urge upon you with folded hands. Let Mahua speak on behalf of Trinamool Congress Party as a speaker of our party.
एक मिनट सुदीप बंदोपाध्याय जी, आप वरिष्ठ सदस्य रहे, आप भी वरिष्ठ सदस्य रहे, उस समय आप भी माननीय सदस्य थे यहाँ पे। एक जब परंपराएं हैं और पूर्ववर्ती अध्यक्षों ने जो कुछ भी रूलिंग जो कुछ भी अपने वक्तव्यों में देते हैं उसको हम बोलते हैं अध्यक्षीय निर्देश, और उस अध्यक्षीय डायरेक्शन को हम हमेशा पालन करते आए हैं और उसको एज ए रूलिंग की तरह मानते हैं। ये हमारी परंपरा रही है। मैं आज कोई नई परंपरा स्थापित नहीं कर रहा, कोई नई पार्टी उपस्थित नहीं कर रहा। अगर ये परंपरा रहती और मैं नई परंपरा स्थापित करते तो आपको बोलने का अधिकार था, मैं मना नहीं कर सकता था। लेकिन आपने परंपराएं लागू की है, आपने परपाटियां लागू की है। हाँ बोले
सर। मैंने सर आपको बहुत पहले चिट्ठी भी लिखी है सर। ये जो बात किए जाते हैं वो स्टिंग ऑपरेशन थी, वो स्टिंग ऑपरेशन किए थे एक जाने माने न्यूज साइट कोबरा पोस्ट, और उसके चलते सारे छवि सबके सामने सारे तस्वीर स्पष्ट थी। वो सर चौक और चीज एक ना करे तो बेहतर है सर।
ओके
सर इतिहास है आज सर एक कलंकित अध्याय आप मत रचा करो सर। महिलाओं के
बोलो कल्याण जी सर, उनको अलाउ कीजिए। नो काइंडली अलाउ नहीं, कल्याण जी आप आप कल्याण जी बोले तो मैं नेक्स्ट को बुलाऊंगा।
ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखते हो, ऑन रिकॉर्ड रखते हो ना, पार्टी থেকে অন রেকর্ডে রাখতে হবে।
থেকে তো আপনাকে বলবো।
कल्याण जी आप बोलिए।
বলবো সুবিধা यस
কি করে জোর ইনসিস্ট করতে পারছে?
The honorable speaker kindly see that the fair trial only would be there when an affected person is being heard. If an affected person is not heard, there cannot be any fair trial. There cannot be any fair trial. This is the house, maybe Parliament. Sir, with great respect to you, whatever I am saying, kindly do not take any exception. It's a Parliament, it's a House members, but today all we are deciding the right of a person. When we are deciding the right of a person, we are all acting as a quasi-judicial body. And before a quasi-judicial body, a affected person should be heard. Sir, I will request you, kindly allow Moitra to be heard. That is the request I am going on making. Sir, if this is a disturbance, sir, when we speak, then no. Please. Against us would be privilege would be there, against us everything would be there, and they will be going on disturbing everything every day. Sir, you see, fundamental principles of law, that a person against whom a charge has been brought, and the persons who are bringing the charges, that should be established in accordance with the procedure of law. Sir, here, this case will clearly reveal that. Because of who is the main man? Main man was Darshan Hiranandani, who has relied upon his statement. His name is Jai Anand Dehradun, who has brought it, one of the Honorable MP Nishikanta Dubey. On what basis it is going on? It is going on the basis of Darshan Hiranandani. His affidavit has been brought. Sir, before the committee even, the Darshan Hiranandani was not brought as a witness, and he has not testified. This is his affidavit. This affidavit, no affidavit can be relied upon unless a person comes and say, this is my affidavit, whatever I have said in the contents, these contents are correct, and what I am saying. Thereafter, said in a quasi-judicial proceeding, right of cross-examination is a fair hearing. Sir, right of hearing is not a fanciful, is not a right of fanciful. It has to be made meaningful right. It has to be made meaningful right. Whenever they are making the allegation, whether it is a Dehradun or the Darshan Hiranandani or the Nishikanta Dubey, that's why, sir, Moitra was having, he was having a right to cross-examine each and every three persons. That has not been allowed. Sir, it is not the point. What has happened earlier? This is not the point. Point is that, sir, law is not remain in an island. Law is being developed in our country because of the interpretation of the law by the Supreme Court of India. It has been clearly said by the various judgment by the Supreme Court, the affected persons has not been given to defend himself or herself in a proper manner, right manner. Then it's not a case, sir. It is not. This is a violation of the principles of natural justice. What is the violation of principles of natural justice? Principles of natural justice is implicit in Article 14 of the Constitution of India. Article 14, it is implicit in the Article 14 of the Constitution of India. Therefore, not only the right of hearing is violated, sir, Moitra's right as protected under Article 14 of the Constitution of India has been violated by the Ethics Committee vis-a-vis today by the House itself. There was a violation, constitutional violation is being made. Sir, next, now, sir, come to the please. Sir, kindly see. Repeatedly it is being referred regarding the sir, 2005 cash for query case. Kindly come to report page 18. In the page 18 it has been said under serial number 12. Sri Pawan Kumar Bansal was appointed as chairman of the said committee. Committee examined Shri Anuruddha Bahal. Sir, आपको टाइम देना होगा सर. Today, sir, टाइम देना होगा सर. I have sir, Susani Raj and Sri Kumar Badal of the Portal Corporate Corporation, so and so was, and the member have been examined. They have been examined. Here, sir, the Hiranandani has not been examined at all. Hiranandani has not been examined. It is just an IVAS, please, sir. Sir, if you are the Honorable Minister, always you have a right, but kindly do not excuse me. Sir, this has been, he has the right. Okay. Now, Mudgal, sir, give me time, sir. Please give me time. You have not allowed Moitra to speak. Kindly allow me to speak, sir. Now, sir, kindly come. This report speaks about, I am coming, sir. What is the, kindly come. Serial number 43. It has been said that, quoted his car, who has said? Darshan Hiranandani has not said. Okay. What Joy has said has been hidden here. Sir, please, sir, sir. I am coming, sir. Other points are there. Kindly wait. Kindly give me a chance. Today I am just praying before you. Kindly render justice to me.
आप एक मिनट में बात कर दें।
नॉट एक शब्द में नहीं होगा।
एक मिनट बात कर दें।
सर इट हैज बीन सर इफ वी रिलायड अपॉन दिस सेक्शन 43 of the Information and Technology Act said it's a violation of section 43. Where is this section 43 has said if a password, even let's assume for the argument's sake, allegations are correct. Why this section 43 has said if password is given to anyone, it's an offense under the Information and Technology Act. If anyone uses my computer without my consent, then section 43 is applicable here. This has not been done, sir.
Okay.
Now, sir, please, sir, please. For God's sake, please. Sir, kindly see. The point is, here is the finding. Kindly see. Finding is, the recommendation is kindly give me these chances. Kindly see the recommendation conclusion. Conclusion is, sir, the proved, it has been proved, cash has been taken. Where is that? Where is this finding? Where is this finding on facts? How much cash? There is no finding. There is no, not based on evidence. Now I am coming a very important, sir, I am coming a very important question. I will conclude. Sir, I should have given a chance. Today, I am concluding, sir. Sir, with great respect to the Honorable Speaker, with great respect to all the members of this House does not have power to remove someone as a member. Constitution has provided provision for disqualification. This disqualification has been provided by the Constitution under Article 102 and 10th schedule of the Constitution. It is not coming within that. Sir, you are having the power to suspend under Rule 374 of the rules of the Parliament itself. Therefore, let's assume for argument's sake, there is no power of removal by the House itself to remove to expel and to remove the Moitra. Constitution does not permit, rule does not permit, even any precedent has been done, that's contrary to the rules, that's contrary to the precedent, no rule can stand, sir, above the constitutional provision.
मैं दो बातें आपको स्पष्ट करना, आप सब वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं ऐसे तो, और वरिष्ठ अनुभव भी है। मुझे बार बार कह रहे हैं कि जस्टिस नहीं हो रहा, न्याय नहीं हो रहा। एक पार्लियामेंट का प्रोसीजर, नियम प्रक्रिया बनी हुई है। नियम प्रक्रियाओं के तहत जो कमिटीज होती है, उस कमिटीज के अंदर चर्चा होती है, एविडेंस होते हैं, पक्ष विपक्ष सुने जाते हैं, वो कमिटी का प्रोसीजर है। ये पार्लियामेंट में उस प्रोसीजर की पालना नहीं होती कि आप किसको बोलने का न्याय नहीं कर रहे हैं। यहां पर हम उस कमिटी के प्रस्ताव पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। आप फिर समझे बात को, हम कमिटी के प्रस्ताव पर, ये चीजें होना चाहिए कमिटीज पर। कमिटी न्यायालय की तरह काम करती है, सबके पक्ष सुनती है, करती है, लेकिन ये सदन न्यायालय की तरह काम नहीं करता। ये तो उस कमिटी के प्रस्ताव पर चर्चा कर रहा है। क्लियरिटी है ना इस बात पर? कोई कंफ्यूजन है? नो। देखो, मैं आपकी तरह विद्वान वकील नहीं हूं, लेकिन आपने मुझे अध्यक्ष चुना है तो मैं नियम के तहत बात कर रहा हूं, बिना नियम के बात नहीं कर रहा हूं मैं। आप देखिए, आप दो बड़े वकील हैं, जस्टिस है, दो वकील, आप तीसरे वकील, आप वकील हैं तीनों वकील। एक बात बताइए कि ये समिति के अंदर ये सब चर्चाएं होनी चाहिए, ये हाउस में थोड़ी चर्चा होगी।
गंभीरता इससे भी पता चलती है कि टीएमसी के अपने सदस्य नहीं आए हैं,
प्लीज
वही साथ में नहीं आते अधूरे।
प्लीज, ये सब प्रोसीजर, एथिक कमेटी हो, विशेषाधिकार कमेटी हो, अपनी जितनी भी कमेटियां हो, उन कमेटी प्रस्ताव करती है, उस प्रस्ताव पर सदन में चर्चा होती है। नो, आप उस पर सवाल उठा सकते हो ना, आप यहां पर ये नहीं कह सकते कि न्याय करो, ये तो उस प्रस्ताव पर चर्चा कर रही है। नो, गिरधारी यादव जी प्लीज, नो। आप
आप उसको गलत तरीके से इस सदन को पेश कर रहे हो। ये सदन इसके लिए नहीं है। गिरधारी यादव जी।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय,
गिरधारी यादव जी,
आज मैं इस सदन में जो खड़ा हुआ हूं बड़ा ही पीड़ादायक है। एक तो मैं माननीय सदस्य को एक्सपेल कर रहे हैं, दूसरे साथ ही साथ ये दुर्भाग्य है इस सदन का कि हमारे माननीय निशिकांत जी को तो हमने क्रॉस करने के लिए बुला लिया, लेकिन दर्शन हीरानंदानी उसने एफिडेविट दिया, उसको नहीं बुलाया। तो हम तो एमपी से नीचे हो गए। क्यों बुलाया गया निशिकांत जी को? यदि एफिडेविट पर ही विश्वास करना था निशिकांत जी के माननीय सांसद को, वो विश्वास क्यों किया गया? जब यह किया गया था तो दर्शन को भी बुलाना चाहिए था। ये तो दुर्भाग्य है।
अध्यक्ष महोदय, ये तो मेंबर ऑफ द कमिटी, ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? ये मेंबर ऑफ द कमिटी ये क्या बोल रहे हैं? और ये आपके निर्णय के खिलाफ बार-बार
सजा नहीं हो सकता है।
हसन मसीदी
दर्शन हम लोगों ने कमेटी में मांग किया था, हमारे कमेटी ने कहा था बुलाएंगे और नहीं बुलाया, कोई चर्चा नहीं हुआ।
हसन मसूदी जी, हसन मसूदी जी, आप बोलना चाहते हैं? हसन मसूदी जी,
सर, Honorable Speaker, sir, there can be no disagreement with the observation made by you that it is not the Honorable Speaker that is to take. It's the Honorable Speaker who has to take a decision, but it is the House that has to take decision. But that must not make us depart from.
ये हसन मसूदी जी आपके सदस्य हैं।
Sir,
हसन मसूदी,
sir,
हसन मसूदी जी,
sir, there can be, sir.
आप बोलिए ना गिरधारी जी, आप गिरधारी जी बोलिए ना। नहीं, आप वहां से बोलिए, अपनी सीट पे जाके बोलिए।
अध्यक्ष महोदय,
यहाँ माइक चालू नहीं होगा आपका, वहीं बोलो अपनी सीट पे जाके।
आगे तो बोलेंगे नहीं, आज क्या करें? अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपको बता रहे हैं, हम लोगों को आचार समिति के अध्यक्ष ने कहा था कि दर्शन हीरानंदानी को बुलाएंगे, उन्होंने नहीं बुलाया। दानिश जी, हम हमारे चेयरमैन खड़े हैं, कोई बात ही नहीं हुआ। 2 मिनट में खत्म मीटिंग। आए उधर से बोला डिसेंट नोट दीजिए, डिसेंट नोट भी शामिल नहीं किया आपने।
अगर सब बेसिक कमेटी के मेंबर को मौका देना चाहिए,
और एकदम फॉल्स रिपोर्ट,
उनको देंगे,
कोई चर्चा नहीं, हमारा प्रतिष्ठा का हनन किया गया। हम एमपी को बुलाते हैं और पूंजीपति को नहीं बुलाते हैं जो आरोप लगाता है। न्याय प्राकृतिक होना चाहिए अध्यक्ष महोदय। हम जानते हैं आप जिस चेयर पर बैठे हैं आपको पूरा अधिकार है, लेकिन आप बताइए न्याय दिखना भी चाहिए।
फिर आप गलत,
न्याय दिख नहीं रहा, आपने नहीं बुलाया और हमको बुला लिया। और जहां तक पासवर्ड,
प्लीज एक मिनट प्लीज बैठिए। माननीय सदस्य, बार बार मैं आपसे आग्रह कर रहा हूं, मेरा अधिकार नहीं है, ये सभा का अधिकार है। आप अपने शब्दों को ठीक से बोलो। कोई मैं न्यायाधीश थोड़ी हूं जो मैं निर्णय कर रहा हूं, ये सभा का अधिकार है। अगर सभा का अधिकार नहीं तो फैसला सुनाया था मैं, ये सभा का अधिकार है।
ठीक है अध्यक्ष महोदय। और जहां तक शपथ पत्र का, शपथ पर नहीं हो सकता, क्रॉस पर होना चाहिए था। बिना काम का शपथ पत्र पर किसी को सजा नहीं दे सकते। और हमारे एक माननीय हमारी डॉक्टर हिना जो सांसद सदस्य हैं, उन्होंने कहा पासवर्ड कभी नहीं दिया गया। पासवर्ड महुआ मोइत्रा जी के पास था, भले लॉगिन कहीं से हो, और हमारा भी पासवर्ड मुझे याद नहीं है, मेरे पीए के पास है। मैंने कोई प्रश्न नहीं किया इस बार लोकसभा में डर से कि पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा। हम तो आज तक मेरा प्रश्न दूसरा करता था, मैं कभी अपना प्रश्न बनाता नहीं। बहुत सारे एमपी नहीं बनाते, वो बहुत इंटेलिजेंट होंगे जो 2 घंटे में पढ़ लिए। हम लोग भी पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, नहीं पढ़ पाए। और मैं प्रश्न अपना कभी नहीं करता हूं, मेरा पीए करता है, मेरा और स्टाफ करता है। और मैंने इस बार एक भी क्वेश्चन डर से नहीं लगाया, लोकतंत्र में डराया गया है। आपने नहीं किया, हमको आता ही नहीं है। हमको तो कंप्यूटर चलाना अध्यक्ष महोदय नहीं आता है, हम तो लिख के दिए, मुझे दिया जाए, नहीं दे रहे, नहीं जानता हूं क्या करें। हम तीसरी बार सांसद हैं, 4 बार एमएलए हैं, बुढ़ारी में सीख सकते हैं हम। बूढ़े का वो पोस्ट मांगता है, लालू जी कहते थे, नहीं हो सकता है। मैंने कोई प्रश्न नहीं किया, 377 बड़ी मुश्किल से डाला।
I heard the Prime Minister's speech this time. State governments, he said, I want to warn state governments to Jo Rajya Sarkar, do not let central schemes reach the states.
This is a very, very important issue. Take the case of Nandigram project, right? The railway line to Nandigram. Now, we literally had to struggle to even take that tender out and make sure that some people participate in it. Because there would be people who would not even be allowed to participate in the project. The scenario is so bad in some of these states. Ultimately, states must understand that if they don't do justice to their people, if they don't improve the lifestyles, if they don't improve the living conditions of the people, then people are going to reject them.
We are now contributing about 5 to 6% of global growth. China is contributing upwards of 25 to 30. We need to get into double-digit contribution in terms of global growth. How can we quicken the pace?
It's not where India will go. India will go up, I have no doubt. If today the Chinese economy has done very well, they started opening up 12 years before we did. I don't think the name of the game is competing with China. The name of this game is to lift. Look, the Millennium Development Goals did well because China lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. The Sustainable Development Goals will do well because India will do well, and because India will do well, the SDGs will do well. That is the latest story.
डाल सकते हैं लिख के, दोनों है, ऑनलाइन भी हार्ड कॉपी भी है।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैं आपके प्रति आभार व्यक्त करती हूं, आपने मुझे इस अहम विषय पर बोलने का मौका दिया।
संक्षिप्त में बोलना आप।
यह विषय बहुत अहम है क्योंकि यह संसद की मर्यादा के विषय में है। यह विषय अहम है क्योंकि यह संवैधानिक प्रक्रियाओं से जुड़ा हुआ विषय है। हम संसद की मर्यादा की बात कर रहे हैं, हम संवैधानिक प्रक्रियाओं की बात कर रहे हैं, हम एथिक्स की बात कर रहे हैं, हम सिद्धांतों की बात कर रहे हैं। और जब एक व्यक्ति किसी भी संसदीय क्षेत्र से चुना जाता है तो वो लाखों लोगों का प्रतिनिधित्व देश की सबसे बड़ी पंचायत में करता है। और निश्चित तौर पर मैं कहूंगी बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ लेकिन आत्मविश्वास के साथ कि यह बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है। और जब हम इस जिम्मेदारी से चूक करते हैं तो निश्चित तौर पर प्रश्न उठेंगे। और जितने भी विपक्ष के मेरे बंधु बैठे हैं, मैं एक ही प्रश्न करना चाहती हूं कि यह जो मैडम बहुआ मैत्रा हमारी माननीय सांसद, हमारी माननीय सहकर्मी ने किया, वह सही था या गलत था? हम सब दिल पर हाथ रखकर कहें, संविधान को याद करके कहें, यह गलत था या सही था। देखिए, मैं आपको निश्चित तौर पर बोलना चाहूंगी सर, मैं निश्चित तौर पर बोलना चाहूंगी कि सर 3 बैठकें हुई और इन 3 बैठकों में इन्हें समुचित समय दिया गया, बोलने का अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ बीइंग हर्ड दिया गया। लेकिन सर इन्होंने बदतमीजी की, इन्होंने असंवैधानिक शब्दों का प्रयोग किया, वॉकआउट कर गई। सर हम सुनना चाहते थे लेकिन इन्होंने अपनी बात नहीं रखी और इसी वजह से हमने सर एफिडेविट हमने पढ़ाई की।
श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष, मैं
सर उसके बाद कंप्लेनेंट और डिफेंडेंट को भी सुना और उसके पश्चात हमने रिपोर्ट दिए हैं और रिपोर्ट में कुछ प्रस्ताव दिए गए। मुझे लगता है
मैं माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री प्रहलाद जोशी प्रस्ताव मतदान के लिए रखने का संसदीय कार्य मंत्री श्री प्रहलाद जोशी द्वारा रखे गए प्रस्ताव को सदन के मतदान के लिए रखता हूं। प्रश्न ये कि यह सभा डॉक्टर निशिकांत दुबे द्वारा सांसद द्वारा दिनांक 15 अक्टूबर 2023 को सुश्री मोइत्रा सांसद के खिलाफ दी गई सदन के प्रश्न पूछने के बदले नकदी के प्रत्यक्ष संलिप्तता के संदर्भ में अपने अनैतिक आचरण शिकायत पर दिनांक 8 दिसंबर 2023 को सभा पटल पर रखे गए आचार संहिता प्रतिनिधि को विचार करने में सम्मत है। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत। माननीय मंत्री जी,
Sir, I beg to move the following, that this House do agree with the recommendation contained in the first report of the Committee on Ethics on Complaint dated 15th October 2023 given by Shri Dubey, MP against Shrimati Moitra, MP for the direct involvement in cash or query in Parliament with reference to the examination and investigation of the alleged unethical conduct of Srimati Moitra, MP, laid on the table of the House on 8th December 2023.
मैं माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री श्री प्रहलाद जोशी द्वारा प्रस्तुत प्रस्ताव को सदन के मतदान के लिए रखता हूं। ये सभा डॉक्टर निशिकांत दुबे सांसद द्वारा 15 अक्टूबर 2023 को सुश्री मोइत्रा सांसद के खिलाफ दी गई सदन में प्रश्न पूछने के बदले नकदी में प्रत्यक्ष संलिप्तता के संदर्भ में अपने अनैतिक आचरण की शिकायत पर दिनांक 8 दिसंबर 2023 को सभा पटल पर रखे गए आचार संहिता की प्रति रिपोर्ट में नीति सिफारिशों से सहमत है। जो सदस्य इसके प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री श्री मोइत्रा के निष्कासन संबंधी प्रस्ताव प्रस्तुत किया जाए।
Sir, I move the following with your permission, that this House, having taken note of first report of the Committee on Ethics on complaint given by Dr. Nishikant Dubey, MP, against Srimati Moitra, MP, wherein she has been found to be the guilty of unethical conduct and contempt of the House for sharing her Lok Sabha credentials, that is user ID and password of the Lok Sabha members portal, to unauthorized person, and its irrepressible impact on the national security, wherein her conduct has further been found to be unbecoming of a member of Parliament for accepting illegal gratification through gifts and other facilities from a businessman to further his interest, which is a serious misdemeanor and highly deplorable conduct on her part. Accept above recommendation and findings of the committee and resolves that continuance of Srimati Moitra as Member of Parliament, Member of Lok Sabha is untenable and she may be expelled from the membership of the Lok Sabha.
अब मैं माननीय संसदीय कार्य मंत्री श्री प्रहलाद जोशी जी के प्रस्ताव को सदन में मतदान के लिए रखता हूं। प्रश्न है कि यह सभा डॉक्टर निशिकांत दुबे सांसद द्वारा संसद सदस्य श्रीमती मोइत्रा के विरुद्ध सदन में प्रश्न पूछने के बदले नकदी में प्रत्यक्ष संलिप्तता के संबंध में दिनांक 15 अक्टूबर 2023 को दी गई शिकायत पर आचार संहिता की पहली रिपोर्ट पर विचार के उपरांत समिति के निष्कर्षों को स्वीकार करती है कि सांसद श्रीमती मोइत्रा का आचरण अनैतिक और संसद सदस्य के रूप में अशोभनीय है और इस कारण उनको लोकसभा सदस्य बने रहना उपयुक्त नहीं होगा। इसलिए संकल्प करती है कि उन्हें लोकसभा की सदस्यता से निष्कासित कर दिया जाए। जो सदस्य इस प्रस्ताव के पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो विरोध में ना कहें, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में हुआ, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ। सभा की कार्रवाई सोमवार दिनांक 11 दिसंबर के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Mahua Moitra expelled from Lok Sabha. That is a big breaking right now. We're getting in after debate in the Lok Sabha. First on Republic TV, we're getting you the update. Mahua Moitra has been expelled. She is a lawmaker from Krishnanagar in West Bengal. TMC leader Mahua Moitra has been expelled from the Lok Sabha on the cash for query scam. That is the big update we are getting in. There has been a debate going on post 2 p.m. in Lok Sabha where opposition members and also members from the BJP got a chance to speak. Mahua Moitra did not get a chance to speak as the Union Minister for Parliamentary Affairs also said that in the past cash for query scam also the accused were not given a chance to speak. Right now what we understand is that the House has voted in favor of Lok Sabha of Mahua Moitra's expulsion. That is the big update we are getting in right now. And this is a big update coming in. Lok Sabha MPs voting in favor of expulsion of Mahua Moitra. That is the big update coming in. TMC leader Mahua Moitra. My colleague and senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joins us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, it's a big update coming in. And TMC MP Mahua Moitra has been expelled from the Lok Sabha.
Obviously, it had to happen given the fact that the ethics committee had made a recommendation to that effect. This is the first time in the last 23 years, in fact, since the committee was set up in 2000-2001, that this kind of drastic measure has been resorted to by the ethics committee to set an example. And Mahua Moitra there being expelled now by a voice vote. The opposition wanted Mahua to be allowed to speak in her defense, but it seems the procedure is such that whatever time was allocated was taken by other leaders, including one from TMC. Sudip Bandyopadhyay, I believe, was there, and he spoke on behalf of TMC, but subsequently the matter was put to vote with the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Prahlad Joshi putting the motion on expulsion of Mahua on the table, and it was accepted by the voice vote, as we saw in the pictures. And there was some exchange of words or testy exchange of words that took place between the Treasury and the opposition benches. Rakshita as also with the Speaker intervening between the Speaker and the opposition. But ultimately, it is clear now that Mahua Moitra stands expelled from the Lok Sabha for the remaining term. Obviously, we are looking at elections in the next 6 months. So Mahua Moitra effectively remains out of the House for those many months. Aparajita Sarangi, in fact, who was member of the Ethics Committee, and she spoke scathingly about Mahua's conduct during the inquiry committee. She said that while adequate opportunity was given to Mahua to speak, even there in the proceedings of the committee, Mahua used unbecoming words unbecoming of the dignity of an honorable member of parliament. She actually said that इन्हें उचित समय दिया गया था, हम इन्हें सुनना चाहते थे, लेकिन इन्होंने बदतमीजी की, असंवैधानिक शब्दों का प्रयोग किया. Strong words there by Aparajita Sarangi, a member of the ethics committee of the parliament, which went through the charges made against Mahua by private citizen Jayanant Dehradun, who happens to be an ex-boyfriend of the honorable member of parliament, and there was another complaint by or an approving complaint by Darshan Hiranandani, and based on those two complaints and the proceedings and the process that was followed by the ethics committee, and Aparajita Sarangi saying that Mahua was given adequate time. Jayanant Dehradun, the lawyer, of course, gave a detailed submission, and Mahua Moitra chose at that time to sort of resort to a lot of bluster, and she walked out, in fact, along with the other opposition members of the ethics committee, alleging bias or preconceived bias at the hands of the ethics committee membership belonging to the ruling party. The fact is that there was a complaint filed by Nishikant Dubey, which attached Jayanant Dehradun's application or petition, and subsequently we had the matter being given to the ethics committee, which also called for submission, or actually got the submission of Darshan Hiranandani, the other person named in the Jayanant Dehradun complaint, and then subsequently a charge sheet sort of was created, or a report was filed with the office of the speaker, and the report clearly found Mahua to be at fault, clearly found Mahua to be in breach of national security provisions, clearly found Mahua to be in breach of parliamentary procedures and rules and systems in place, because she obviously shared the password for access to her parliament login, which was used by either Darshan Hirandani or somebody at his behest, of course with understanding or awareness of Mahua Moitra from various places outside of Delhi, including Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates. So I think this is a significant development coming in terms of expulsion of Mahua Moitra for the remaining term of the present Lok Sabha, which ends in April or May of next year. And till then, Mahua Moitra obviously ceases to be a member of Parliament. She, of course, can have recourse to legal options as a citizen of the country, but insofar as proceedings of the Lok Sabha are concerned, she is still expelled for the entire remaining term of the Lok Sabha, which ends in April 2024.
All right, Abhishek, in fact, we're being joined by a network of reporters from Ground Zero. My colleague Harsha from the Parliament, Nikita outside the Parliament at Vijay Chowk, also Anuj and Madhurima live from New Delhi as well. To you first, right now, Nikita, we are getting to know that now it's a big update and Mahua Moitra has been expelled from the Lok Sabha. We were expecting this to happen. All the MPs via voice vote voted in favor of Mahua Moitra's expulsion. The trouble is only mounting for the TMC. She has many questions to answer.
Absolutely, Rakshita. After almost an hour-long tug-of-war in the Lok Sabha, finally Om Birla, the Speaker of Lok Sabha, has declared that Mahua Moitra will be expelled, and he agrees with the report of the ethics panel. The ethics panel had submitted a report recommending that Mahua Moitra should be expelled on the 9th of November. And after a major war of words between Manish Tiwari, then TMC leaders, also Aprajita Sarangi of BJP, who was also a member of the ethics panel committee, then also Hina Gavit, who was also a member of ethics panel committee from BJP, these leaders said that while the opposition leaders are arguing that the accused, which is Mahua Moitra, hasn't been given a fair opportunity to put her side of the story, and also Darshan Hiranandani hasn't been questioned, whereas he's also, according to the opposition, equally responsible for this whole situation of cash for query. But the panel members, Hina Gavit, Aprajita Sarangi, said that Mahua Moitra was given ample opportunity. She was given good time to put her side across when on 2nd of November the ethics panel committee meeting was called, but it was she who did not behave properly. Her behavior was unbecoming of that of a member of Parliament, and that to Parliament, which represents the biggest, largest democracy in the world. Om Birla also during this verdict, during this discussion, which went on for 1 hour, also said that this puts across a very bad impression of the members of Parliament of the Indian democratic system. And while Manish Tiwari of Congress was also arguing that this is not acceptable and she should be given a chance to speak, Prahlad Joshi and said that she should not be allowed to speak because she was given an opportunity on the 2nd of November. A special meeting was called for her by the ethics panel committee, and she chose to misbehave.
Before of the House. But that was rejected by the brute majority. BJP people did not allow, and we are very much shocked to see that justice has been denied to Mahua Moitra. All out, totally.
And to woman. No. And to woman. And to woman. Single woman. Ethics committee has also not allowed Mahua Moitra to cross-examine the most important person, Hiranandani, who has given the affidavit. Neither Hiranandani has come and deposed before the ethics committee that this affidavit was filed by him, or the contents of the affidavit were not allowed to be cross-examined by Mahua Moitra. At every stage there was a violation of law, and at every stage this is the only pointer that to make a punishment against her. This is a
egregiously today to do exactly what it was never meant to do, which is to bulldoze the opposition and become another weapon to thokdo us into submission. This committee and this report has broken every rule in the book. In essence, you're finding me guilty of breaching a code of ethics that does not exist. The committee is punishing me for engaging in a practice that is routine, accepted, and encouraged in the House. The findings are based solely on the written testimonies of two private citizens whose versions contradict each other in material terms, none of whom I was allowed to cross-examine. One of the two private citizens is my estranged partner who, with malified intention, masqueraded as a common citizen in front of the committee. The two testimonies have been used to hang me. They're at polar opposites to each other. The complainant says I accepted cash in consideration from a businessman to ask questions in furtherance of his commercial interests. But the businessman's suo motu affidavit says I pressurized him into uploading questions to further my agenda. The two are at polar opposites. The Ethics Committee, without getting to the root of this, has decided to hang me. It refused to summon the businessman to orally testify, and there is no evidence of any cash, of any gifts anywhere. The recommendation of expulsion is based solely on the ground that I have shared my Lok Sabha portal login. There are no rules whatsoever to govern the sharing of logins. As the hearing of the Ethics Committee demonstrates, all of us MPs are conveyor belts to get questions from the public, from citizens, and to voice that in Parliament. What is important is that if this Modi government thought that by shutting me up, they are going to do away with the Adani issue, let me tell you this, that this kangaroo court has only shown to the all of India that the haste and the abuse of due process you have used demonstrates how important Mr. Adani is to you and to what length you will go to harass a single woman MP into shutting her into submission. Tomorrow the CBI will be sent to my house. I'm sure they will harass me for the next 6 months. But I would like to ask, what about the 13,000 crore coal scam of Mr. Adani that the CBI and the ED have not found place to look at? You tell me I have compromised national security with a login portal? Mr. Adani is buying all our ports, all our airports, and his shareholders are foreign professional investors, and the Ministry of Home Affairs is giving them clearance to buy all our infrastructure. Ramesh Biduri stands up in Parliament and says to Danesh Ali, he's one of 26 Muslim MPs, only one of 26. In a country of 200 million Muslims, the BJP has 303 MPs and has not sent one Muslim to Parliament. Ramesh Biduri stood up and told Danesh Ali, ye bhadwa, ye katwa, no action has been taken. Nothing has been taken. You hate minorities. You hate women. You detest Nari Shakti. You cannot handle power and authority. I'm 49 years old. I will fight you for the next 30 years inside Parliament, outside Parliament, in the gutter, on the streets. Adim hanghingstra manobikatar jodi ami keu hoi, shojon harane shoshane toder chita ami tulboi. We will see the end of you. Do not wonder. Punjab, Sindh, Gujarat, Maratha, Dravida, Utkala, Bongo. You don't have the Punjab. Sindh is not ours. Dravid is not yours. Utkal is not yours. Bongo is not yours. Where do you think you're going to rule us? Where do you think you get this brute majority from? The Ethics Committee has no power to expel. You have assumed the powers of a quasi-judicial authority and imposed a penalty on me that you have no power to do. You have disregarded due process, proportionality, and abused every tenet. This is the beginning of your end. जब नाश मनुष्य पर छाता है तो पहले विवेक मर जाता है. We're going to come back and we're going to see the end of you. So thank you very much.
Oh,
thank
well
you.
done. Well done. हम लोग थोड़ा राहुल जी आपको साथ थोड़ा अच्छे
He has never been brought in the ethics committee. He has not housed that this is the affidavit of Hiranandani, right? Second thing is this, Hiranandani has not been allowed to cross-examine. Finished. The Jai Adati has not been allowed to cross-examine. Section 43 of the Information and Technology Act, which has been relied upon, that's not applicable in this case. Finally, that's very important.
House does not enjoy any power to expel a member from the House.
But Mr. Kalyan, Speaker clearly said that all the protocols are being followed along with the reminiscent of the 2005 cash for Curie allegation. According to that, it is being followed according to that same case which happened.
Listen, that time also examination has been allowed. Question is, earlier point may not have been raised. If today point has been raised, then point has to be decided. Law is developed, law is changing.
So now the entire position is intact and together with Mahua Moitra.
It's a contrary to the violation of Article 14. It's a contrary to the provisions of Article 102 and 10th schedule of the Constitution.
So right now the entire position is intact and together on this Mahua's issue. The opposition is together and united on this Mahua's issue.
They protested it. You have seen that. All the political parties in the opposition have come and protested it. Because of they are having a majority, good majority. They cannot do it in this way.
What will happen, Kalyanda, in 2024? Will Mahua fight election? Is it?
Party will take its decision. Why you are so you are asking this question? Why you are so hurried to ask this question?
So this is Kalyan Banerjee. So right now, what we saw that the march took place from Makar Dwar to Gandhi statue inside Parliament. All the opposition leaders, TMC, Samajwadi Party, RJD, JDU, all the opposition leaders were gathered together. In fact, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, all marched together with all the opposition leaders along with Mahua Moitra here at the Gandhi statue, and they have been stating that the entire position is together, and the way the expulsion of Mahua took place, that was unethical, and she was not given the chance to speak. Also, she was not given the chance to speak, and she was denied. That's not the way this entire parliament proceedings were. But we'll try and speak to more and more leaders as we are joined by more leaders. Bashir sir, what do you have to say on this Mahua's expulsion?
Injustice done against her. She looking for the justice. She wouldn't space. It was denied. The violation of natural justice and injustice was done against her. The whole nation supported her in her heart.
But the ethics committee report clearly stated, in which it was mentioned that it was a heinous crime and the corruption trail was seen in the entire Mahua Moitra's login details.
The case was fabricated by her. She was not even given a chance to explain her position. In the committee also, she was not allowed. They openly said that.
So is the entire opposition criticizing the speaker's decision?
Yeah, today's decision was not correct. Today, we just beg because she may be wrong. The other member made a lot of allegations. They can give them just 5 minutes of personal explanation. That's a practice of the household. So the fact we saw injustice only in the parliament.
But Bashir sir, what we saw that the march also took place by the entire opposition together. So opposition is trying to also showcase the unity in this Mahua Moitra's matter.
That's a way for strengthening the opposition unity.
But now she has been expelled for 6 months. Is there any other strategy with opposition is also trying in this entire case?
Because things should not be allowed to go like this, no? In the largest or 2 members are under this kind of victimization should not be allowed to continue. We'll jointly oppose that.
So these are the opposition leaders who are clearly stating that this kind of decision is opposed by all the opposition leaders together. But we know that this, what was mentioned in the cash for Curie allegation on Mahua Moitra in the ethics committee report was that she breached the protocol and the rule book of Parliament. We are also joined now by N.K. Premchandran sir. Premchandran sir, what you have to respond on in this entire matter? We saw the Lok Sabha proceeding and how Mahua was denied by Speaker. Speaker stated that he is going according to the rule book. But then again, TMC is continuously criticizing the decision of the Speaker.
No, it is entirely different issue because the ethics committee, first of all, you take what is the authority of the ethics committee to recommend a person to expel? Is there any provision in the rule book? Nothing is there. And further, the code of conduct, as per when 2015, when the ethics committee is formulated, which is constituted, there is a very specific provision 315B, 315B, post or something. In which specific provision is there that the ethics committee has to formulate a code of conduct. So far, the ethics committee has not formulated the code of conduct. The code of conduct has to say that this is ethical and this is unethical. Whether any distinction is made, whether it is ethical or unethical, nothing is made so far. So without making the code of conduct, how can you say that she has violated the code of conduct as a member of
The committee report was clearly stated that there was a corruption trail, there was a cash trail. The logins were multiple times in Dubai and other places, and it was found through the reports by IT Ministry and from the MEA Ministry as well. So whether TMC wants to ignore all these facts in this entire matter?
No, who is the complainant? Mainly the complainant is though the Deshika Dubai. The complainant is based on the letter received by him from Harilal Nandani or somebody.
Hira Nandani.
Hira Nandani. Whether he has been examined. He is the prime witness. He is the prime witness to say how much amount, how much gift, whatever consideration he has given to the lady member of parliament, that he has to say. He has to be cross-examined. The prime witness, the real complainant, though it is the de facto complainant is Nishikant Dubey, the real complainant is none other than this Harilal Nandani. And he has not been examined, he has not been cross-examined. Only the affidavit is being taken into confidence and as the evidence. It is not the proper way. That is why we are saying that the principles of natural justice has not been provided in the case of expulsion of Moitra. This is a black day in the history of Indian Parliament. This can never be justified.
So these are the words and reactions which we are gathering from Parliament. This is the Gandhi statue behind me, and beneath this statue, only the entire opposition leaders were protesting, and they marched from Makar Dwar straight to this Gandhi statue, where they raised their demand and stated that the opposition will come up with a strategy and with the planning, because they are not going to stop here, because this time the decision of the speaker was wrong. They clearly stated that Mahua Moitra, in Mahua Moitra's case, Darshan Hira Nandani should also have been called for deposition in front of the ethics committee. The entire rule book which the speaker was stating, according to which the decision of expulsion of Mahua Moitra is done, that is wrong, and they are all condemning it. Back to you.
Absolutely, Harsha. In fact, we are also being joined by a network of reporters who are tracking all the developments. Anuj is, of course, joining us live. Madhurima also in the national capital. But Harsha, just before I go to the others, it's now one thing is there that before the committee, when she was... all right, I'm getting to know that BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla is joining us on the phone line. Mr. Poonawalla, this is a big update coming in. Mahua Moitra has been expelled via voice vote. The House voted in favor of expulsion, but Mahua Moitra continues to cry foul. She says that Ethics Committee does not have the right to expel expel any member of the Parliament. How do you react to that?
No, anytime a terrorist or a robber or a murderer is given a sentence by the court, they don't say that this court is not right, this court is doing injustice against me. So why do we take Mahua Moitra so seriously? I would say Satyamev Jayate. Today, it has been established that Parliament is not a forum for asking sponsored questions, sponsored by vested interests, and that too by the highest bidder, and that too in contravention of national security, where you give your password login to somebody who accesses it from foreign locations 47 times. The Parliament is a forum where you ask people's issues, and the most important duty of a member of Parliament is to ask and raise people's issues. She in fact failed in that duty. She did it for a price which was paid in cash and kind, and I think she should be ashamed that she's giving this defense. She should tell us why she did not resign on her own when the entire scandal came out. And there are a shameless bunch of people who are trying to defend her. Who is trying to defend this? I mean, isn't it established that her login and password was accessed from foreign soil? Is this itself not a breach of national security? Had this been done by a BJP MP, what would the stand of the Congress party have been? Had a BJP MP, let's say, taken money from a corporate entity abroad and asked questions in Parliament, 50 out of your 60 questions, what would the stand of Rahul Gandhi have been? And today they shamelessly defend this act. And what had they done when 2005 10 MPs were expelled? Immediately the report was tabled. Immediately it was put to vote. And immediately the action was taken on the MPs. Were the MPs heard out in Parliament, or were they heard out in the Ethics Committee? Now, to present oneself as a victim, and by the way, Praneeth Kaur of the Congress has voted in favor of the report. So Congress party should tell us that what kind of woman and victimhood card are they playing now? So, this kind of defense after doing brazen act of corruption is most shameful.
Right. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Poonawalla, for joining us with those with that reaction of yours on this big development that has just come in. My colleague, my network reporter, of course, on the ground right now, Anuj and Madhurima joining us from the national capital. Anuj, we just heard what the BJP said, and actually, if we see that there is this, show of strength and solidarity by all the India Alliance members. We see Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi, all marching with Moitra, but when of course we know the bickering that is going on behind the scenes, isn't it? Over seat sharing, etc. But what are they trying to defend is the biggest questions. When the person in question, when the MP in question herself has admitted before the committee that she did indeed give away her login credentials, and we at Republic TV have been showing all the details that within the gap within which various locations the login was done. And it actually raises many questions. But Mahua Moitra, on the other hand, cries foul and says that the ethics committee, because it has not, of course, recommended something in favor of her. So she goes on to say that it does not have any right. And this is something that is not correct. And this is something that is injustice. She drags the minority point also. And even that the BJP is against women. But right now, what has happened in the parliament is all about ethics and propriety of a lawmaker who is sent by the people, who is voted by the people to actually take their issues to the biggest temple of democracy.
Well, exactly. We have seen the kind of response which is coming in from the opposition members, and specifically from Mahua, where she is calling it that the Bharatiya Janata Party is anti-BJP, and she is saying that the Bharatiya Janata Party is anti-minority. But if we talk about the procedure, then all the procedure has been categorically followed, and this was categorically stated by the speaker also.
ने इसे पुरजोर तरीके से उठाया। ये कहना भी गलत नहीं होगा कि एक तरफ घमंडिया की भ्रष्टाचार की गारंटी है, दूसरी तरफ आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की गारंटी है कि भ्रष्टाचार को जड़ से खत्म कर देंगे। भ्रष्टाचार की पाई जो कि जनता की गाड़ी कमाई है उसको वसूलेंगे। सभी चैनल्स पर, सभी न्यूज़पेपर में एक खबर बड़ी प्रमुखता से सामने आई है। झारखंड में कांग्रेस सांसद हैं धीरज साहू, जो समाचार आ रहे हैं शराब निर्माता समूह बलदेव साहू एंड ग्रुप ऑफ कंपनीज, इस पर आईटी रेड हुई है, जो कि 3 प्रदेशों में, झारखंड में, ओडिशा में और पश्चिम बंगाल में 10 ठिकानों पर 2 दिन तक चली। जो तथ्य सामने आए हैं ये बड़े ही चिंताजनक हैं। ऐसी 9 अलमारियां हैं, 9 अलमारियां जिसमें करीब 100 करोड़ रुपए की नकदी मिली है। मैं पुनः कहूंगा, 9 अलमारियों में 100 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा की नकदी आईटी के छापे में मिली है। और 2 तस्वीरें आपके समक्ष है, ये देखिए। पूरी अलमारी भ्रष्टाचार की काली कमाई से भरकर कांग्रेस के नेता अपनी जेब भर रहे हैं। ये रुपया गांधी परिवार तक जाता है, उनकी तिजोरी में जाता है। जनता की गाड़ी कमाई, जिसका उपयोग जनता के हित के लिए होना चाहिए, कांग्रेस के एक सांसद के यहां से 100 करोड़ की नकदी पकड़ी जाती है। हिसाब लगाइए, एक सांसद के पास 100 करोड़ की नकदी पकड़ी गई है। कितने सांसद है कांग्रेस पार्टी के? पूरे विश्व का सबसे भ्रष्टाचारी परिवार गांधी परिवार है। पूरे देश से काली कमाई का इनका कलेक्शन कितना है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, छत्तीसगढ़ चुनाव में बड़ी मजबूती से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक और भ्रष्टाचार जो हुआ था महादेव ऐप का, उसको उठाया था। जनता ने मोहर लगाई श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गारंटी पर, उनकी ईमानदारी पर। और बड़े गर्व से मैं कहूंगा, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक एक्स पे वक्तव्य भी है, उसको आपके समक्ष रख के अपनी बात को आगे बढ़ाऊंगा। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बिल्कुल स्पष्ट लिखा है, देशवासी इन नोटों के ढेर को देखें और फिर इनके नेताओं के ईमानदारी के भाषणों को सुने, और नीचे जनता से जो लूटा है इसकी पाई पाई लौटानी पड़ेगी। यह मोदी जी की गारंटी है। और ये जो दूसरा वाक्य मैंने पढ़ा है, यही एक आशा की किरण है भारतीय राजनीति में। आज आम आदमी जानता है, जितनी जांच एजेंसियां हैं, जो जनता की कमाई भ्रष्टाचार से कांग्रेस के और घमंडिया के गुटों ने कमाई है, उसको निकाल रहा है, वसूल कर रहा है। एक एक रुपए की वसूली होगी। ये भ्रष्टाचारी जेल में जाएंगे। लेकिन कुछ महत्वपूर्ण सवाल यहां से उठाना अति आवश्यक है। जैसा मैंने कहा, मोदी जी की गारंटी है कि भ्रष्टाचार हो नहीं सकता है, और साथ में जिसने भ्रष्टाचार किया है उसको जेल की सलाखों के पीछे सड़ना होगा। दूसरा, पाई पाई जो आपने भ्रष्टाचार करके जनता को लूटा है, उसकी भरपाई करनी होगी। लेकिन इसके साथ एक और सवाल जो मन में आता है, और यह जनता का सवाल है, ये जो घमंडिया इंडी अलायंस, ये दीमक की तरह हमारे देश को, हमारी देश की अर्थव्यवस्था को, हमारे समाज को, हमारे नागरिक के अधिकारों को क्यों खा रहा है? क्यों कांग्रेस पार्टी, पापी आप, टीएमसी, ये सारी पार्टियां आज भ्रष्टाचार का पर्याय बन गई हैं, लूट खसोट का, कमीशन खोरी का। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, इस पे सोनिया गांधी जी चुप, खड़गे जी साइलेंट, राहुल गांधी याददाश्त चली गई। कौन है धीरज साहू? जब उनकी तिजोरी भरी जाती है इस भ्रष्टाचारी कृत्यों से, तो याद रहता है कि रुपया लेना है, महीने की वसूली करनी है। लेकिन आज जब जनता पूछ रही है, ये 100 करोड़ रुपया 9 अलमारियों में निकलता है। हिम्मत है राहुल गांधी की, खड़गे जी की, कि बाहर आए। हेमंत सोरेन जी, गठबंधन की सरकार है, गठबंधन कहें या ठगबंधन कहें, इतना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार आपकी स्वीकृति के बिना नहीं हो सकता है। और ये फिर से शराब घोटाला है। हम सब जानते हैं, संविधान में जो रूपरेखा दी गई है, एक्साइज, ये प्रदेश की सरकार का एक विषय है। आपने क्या कार्रवाई करी है? आप चुप क्यों हैं? क्या आपका भी कट आता है इसमें? और हम मांग करते हैं, हेमंत सोरेन जी कि नाक के नीचे एक के बाद एक घोटाले होते रहे हैं। ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री को अपने पद पर बने रहने का कोई हक नहीं है। इन्हें तुरंत इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। मनरेगा में 550 करोड़ का घोटाला झारखंड सरकार का, कोल एलोकेशन में घोटाला, इलीगल माइनिंग में 1500 करोड़ का घोटाला, रूरल डेवलपमेंट के जो फंड्स हैं उसमें 1500 करोड़ का घोटाला, लैंड स्कैम, जमीन को लेके 3000 करोड़ का घोटाला, शराब घोटाला 1500 करोड़ का। यह बात भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उठाई है और आप इंतजार कर रहे थे कि पहले जांच एजेंसी रेड मारे, और जब रेड मारेगी तो अभी सब निकल आएंगे बाहर। राजनीतिक द्वेष से हो गया, हमें टारगेट किया जा रहा है। जी नहीं जी, कानून अपना काम कर रहा है और आपको बता रहा है कि कानून की ताकत क्या है, लोकतंत्र में आम आदमी की ताकत क्या है। यह बात स्पष्ट हो गई। और जैसा मैंने कहा, घमंडिया की इंडी अलायंस की एक ही गारंटी, भ्रष्टाचार, कमीशनखोरी, लूट खसोट और दलाली। मैं आपको कुछ उदाहरण देता हूं। मैंने आपको बताया किस तरह से अभी अक्टूबर माह में ही बेंगलुरु में कांग्रेस के रिश्तेदार के यहां से 42 करोड़ रुपया नकदी मिली। पिछले वर्ष जुलाई की बात करें, पार्था चैटर्जी, याद करिए, मंत्री थे ममता बनर्जी की सरकार में, 50 करोड़ रुपए की नकदी और करोड़ों का सोना बरामद हुआ। 1.5 साल से ये जेल की सलाखों के पीछे हैं। और जब इनकी गिरफ्तारी हुई थी तो ममता बनर्जी कह रही थी राजनीतिक द्वेष से हुआ। 1.5 साल हो गया, बेल नहीं दी न्यायालय ने। पापी आप, कट्टर बेईमान अरविंद केजरीवाल, इनका तो आधा मंत्री परिषद जो है वो इस्तीफा दे के या बिना इस्तीफा दिए जेल की सलाखों के पीछे रहता है। लेकिन याद करिए, सतेंद्र जैन, ये कट्टर ईमानदार हैं। 3 करोड़ रुपए का कैश मिला था, करीब 130 सोने के सिक्के मिले थे। क्या आज तक जवाब मिला? जवाब नहीं मिला। पिछले वर्ष मई जून की बात है, झारखंड में ही अधिकारियों के घर से 20 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिला। अधिकारियों के घर से 20 करोड़ रुपया कैश मिला। अधिकारियों के घर से 20 करोड़ रुपया कैश। क्या बिना मुख्यमंत्री के संरक्षण के यह हो सकता है? महादेव आपकी मैंने बात करी ही। और इसी तरह से याद करिए, चुनाव का समय जब था तो उत्तर प्रदेश में भी कन्नौज में एक बड़े इत्र कारोबारी थे, उनके यहां से लगभग 200 करोड़ रुपए कैश मिला था। अगर इन सब आप राशियों को जोड़ लें तो 1000 करोड़ रुपए कैश तो कहीं गया नहीं है। ये तो कुछ उदाहरण दिए हैं। क्या जनता ये नहीं पूछेगी कि 1000 करोड़ रुपए जिस पे हमारा हक है, आप लोग क्यों भ्रष्टाचार करके लूट खसोट बचाते हैं? और जब ईडी, सीबीआई, आईटी डिपार्टमेंट अपना काम करती है, ये सारे भ्रष्टाचारी एक हो जाते हैं और आरोप लगाने लगते हैं जांच एजेंसियों पे। जनता का विश्वास श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी पे है, देश की न्यायालय पे है, और ईडी, सीबीआई और आईटी, ये बात जान लीजिए, कांग्रेस की सरकार में जो पिंजरे का तोता था वो अब नहीं रहा है। भ्रष्टाचारियों को काटेगा क्योंकि इनको दर्द होना चाहिए। और जब ये 14 राजनीतिक दल सर्वोच्च न्यायालय जाते हैं कहते हुए कि ईडी, सीबीआई और आईटी की कार्रवाई जो हो रही है ये द्वेष भावना से हो रही है, तो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय उस याचिका को निरस्त कर देता है। ये सारे तथ्य मैंने आपको इसलिए दिए। आज मोदी जी की गारंटी है कि कोई भ्रष्टाचारी बचेगा नहीं, और जो गाड़ी कमाई है इसको वसूला जाएगा। एक तस्वीर मेरे सामने और आ गई, ये छत्तीसगढ़ की है। अब आप देखिए, ये दो उदाहरण है। यहां पे 9 अलमारियों में 100 करोड़, और महादेव ऐप में भी हजारों करोड़ का घोटाला। छत्तीसगढ़ में तो जवाब मिल गया, जनता ने वोट की चोट पहुंचा दी है, दर्द अभी तक हो रहा है, कुछ लोग सदमे में हैं। ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, झारखंड की जनता भी इंतजार कर रही है। और झारखंड की ही क्यों, ये जितने मैंने आपको उदाहरण दिए, हर प्रदेश में जहां जहां कांग्रेस के जनप्रतिनिधि होंगे, सांसद होंगे, विधायक होंगे, एक बात की गारंटी है कि भ्रष्टाचार तो करेंगे ही करेंगे। ये जो कलेक्शन सेंटर है ना, इसका नाम अगर रख दिया जाए गांधी करप्शन सेंटर तो गलत नहीं होगा। ये सारी ट्रेनिंग वहीं दी जाती है। और ये दो तस्वीरें जो बयां करती हैं, ये चिंताजनक है। मैं अपनी बात ये कह के अंत करूंगा, आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो ये एक्स पे वक्तव्य है, ये जनता के दिल की बात है। और जनता आज भारत की आश्वस्त है कि ऐसा कोई भ्रष्टाचारी नहीं है, वो किसी भी पद पे क्यों ना बैठा हो, कि अपने रसूख से वो बच जाएगा। मैं साधुवाद दूंगा देश की जांच एजेंसियों को जो ईमानदारी से अपना काम कर रही हैं, और देश के न्यायालय जो तय कर रहे हैं दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी। जो भ्रष्टाचारी है, कोई 1 साल से जेल में है, कोई 1.5 साल से जेल में है और उसको बेल नहीं मिल रही। ये एक नए भारत की नींव है जो कि रखी गई है ईमानदारी पे। ऐसी सरकार जो पारदर्शिता रखती है और जांच एजेंसियों को खुला हाथ देती है कि वो अपनी कार्रवाई कर सके। धन्यवाद। If there are any questions on this topic, I'll take those. Anyone? So I'm presuming that there are.
सर एक सवाल है, इससे जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है, भ्रष्टाचार से जुड़ा हुआ सवाल है। जिस तरह से भ्रष्टाचार का मामला आया और महुआ मोइत्रा से कार्रवाई की गई, उनका ये कहना है कि उन्होंने जो मुद्दे उठाए थे, अडानी के खिलाफ मुद्दे उठाए थे, इसी कारण यह कार्रवाई उन पर हुई।
देखिए, महुआ मोइत्रा पे मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूंगा, इसलिए कि मैं संविधान का ज्ञाता हूं और देश की जो संसद है ये स्वतंत्र है। एक निर्णय लिया गया है जिसका हर नागरिक सम्मान करता है और हमें भी सम्मान करना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
See ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented, and we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence
to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways, in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
What this political continuity will mean for the Indian economy? You've got a free run for the next 5.5 years.
I said, let me take with the immediate short term. I haven't come to the medium term. Medium term for me is the next 5 years.
Till we are a 5 trillion economy, the world is curious about this. Between 5 and 10 trillion, which could happen in 5 years as Mr. Puri is predicting.
Political leadership is very critical for the country, and you need consistency and predictability of policy, and similarly you need continuity in leadership for a long time.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या पहले क्या थी.
तो जो क्रांति और रेवोल्यूशन भारत में हो रहा है, केवल हब पे नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन स्पोक पे भी हो रहा है. छोटे छोटे शहरों में भी हो रहा है. आपके मेट्रो के जो एयरपोर्ट्स हैं, जो बड़े बड़े शहर, आज 21 करोड़ की हमारी क्षमता है उन एयरपोर्ट्स की. अगले 5 साल के अंदर ये 40 करोड़ तक क्षमता जाएगी. अगले साल जेवर का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. अगले साल नवी मुंबई का एयरपोर्ट शुरू होगा. पिछले वर्ष गोवा में 2 एयरपोर्ट्स बन चुके हैं और 2030 तक 15 ऐसे शहर होंगे इस देश के अंदर जहां एक एयरपोर्ट नहीं लेकिन 2-2 एयरपोर्ट बनने.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
Welcome to the 3rd edition. And the highlight of this edition, and I've thought about this for a while, I've deliberated about this myself, always wanted to do it, but I think the time has come. It gives me immense pride to announce at this platform today the launch of the 5th mega news brand from the Republic Media Network, Republic Business.
We are already seeing the potential of artificial intelligence to drastically alter every aspect of our life. There is no doubt at all that AI is all persuasive and is manifesting itself in millions of ways: in search, in games, in education, in research, in autonomous mobility, in driverless transportation, in drones, in warfare, in medicine, robotics, and even in personal counseling. As infrastructure builders, we have no alternative but to make sure that we leave no room to accommodate the demands that this massive expansion in capabilities will place on our nation in the years ahead. If we are to stay abreast of the world, or even better, get in front of the world, sustainable infrastructure should today be the top thought of our minds. And it is and has always been the top thought on our mind at Adani Group.
We see ourselves today as not just as we saw ourselves for the last 30 years as a consumer of tech. We are the fastest growing economy in the world. We are the fastest growing digital economy in the world. But going forward, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, the next decade, which is the India decade, a decade of technology opportunities, we'll see our innovation ecosystem expand and deepen in a way that is unprecedented. And we will go from the current levels of $400 billion to $1 trillion by 2026.
एयरपोर्ट लोग ऐसे जाते हैं जैसे बस से पहले जाते थे. इट इज अमेजिंग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन. आई वांट यू टू टेल पीपल कितने लोग हमारे देश में आज प्लेन से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं और वो संख्या.
Under scanner for the payoff scandal, Mahua Moitra is now expelled from the Lok Sabha.
Ironically, the Ethics Committee, which was set up to serve as a moral compass for members, instead it has been abused egregiously today to do exactly what it was never meant to do, which is to bulldoze the opposition and become another weapon to talk us into submission.
Mahua claims this is foul play, also says was not allowed to speak in the parliament. Opposition protests Mahua's expulsion, alleging vendetta politics by the government. It's 250 crore in cash that has been seized by the Income Tax Department in raids linked on a Congress neighbor. The Prime Minister slams the opposition. He says every penny will have to be returned. Sibal says Assam was a part of Myanmar. The Assam government has backed. A very good evening. You're watching Republic. We begin with putting out the very first response that has come in from Mamata Banerjee on the expulsion of Mahua Moitra from the Lok Sabha. She goes on to say, and I quote her now, "Today I am sad to see the attitude of the BJP party, how they betray democracy.
She also says they did not allow Mahua to explain her stand. Full injustice, she says, has been done, unquote.
Today I am really sad to see the attitude of the BJP party. I don't understand. 495 pages report just submitted today of ethics in the name of so-called BJP majority. 90% in the parliament they lay the report, and after that they gave half an hour time to all the party, including BJP, to discuss the matter and to expel Mahua Moitra. I don't understand how the members will go through 495 pages within this half an hour, and how all the speakers will take a decision. Today I congratulate the Indian Alliance. All they are together. We are united. They fight back, and party fully supporting Mahua's case. She is elected by the people, and she belongs to women and young generation, and for all the community, caste, creed and everything. So how they betray, and how they betray the democracy, how they betray the democratic rights, how they betray even the self-defense of the victims. They didn't allow Mahua to take her own stand to explain her situation. Without taking any justice, you have done full injustice. It's a democracy of constitutional rights. It is a betray to our constitutional rights. They ditch the people, they ditch the parliament, they ditch the constitution because they have the majority. Today maybe they are in majority, but tomorrow they may not be there. We have also 2/3 majority. We can do anything. We can expel anybody from the house. But is it proper, without the detailed case, only to expel somebody will give the justice? We try our best that let all the parties must raise their voice, and they should get their opportunity. Speakers sometimes take the decision to suspend somebody or to expel somebody. But this case, in this particular case, I am telling you that Mahua is a victim of the circumstances. And I strongly condemned it. Party is totally behind the Mahua, and our party will fight along with Indian Alliance together. This matter opened our eyes again against the vindictive politics of BJP. It is unfortunate for the democracy. I thought that Prime Minister must have considered it. But just now I have got the information, though I am not there. I am not in Calcutta, I am in Karshia. I am in Hills. But when I got the all information, I am shocked. It's a sad day for the Indian Parliament. After 3-4 months, there will be election. So only one session is left out. For that, Mahua can attend the public parliament in the outside of the house. It will boost up her moral image, and it will boost up her morality. She should fight it boldly. We will fight it boldly. These 2-3 months, no matters. The matters is the decision.
So that's the very first and a detailed response that has come in from Mamata Banerjee. In fact, ever since the entire scandal broke, it came to light and questions were asked of Mahua Moitra. It's the first time that you're hearing that detailed response that has come in from Mamata Banerjee, who says that she stands with Mahua. She says the entire party right now is backing her. She also says that this is vendetta politics. She is alleging that the government is being vindictive, due process was not followed, Nikita, a number of other assertions that she has made as she has, launched that full frontal attack on the government. And then she also reiterates that the entire India alliance is standing with this. But completely mum on the very, very serious allegations that have been raised against her. Is she okay with, her sharing her credential and a password with a third entity who's not even sitting in the country, he's sitting abroad?
So absolutely, Deepthi, it's not like Mamata Banerjee has just spoken up about the whole suspension, expulsion, in fact, of Mahua Moitra for the remaining session of the parliament. It is not just Mamata Banerjee. Other leaders of opposition also, like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, also spoke about it. He said that this is vendetta politics. In fact,
2005 में जब 10 एमपीओ को निकाला गया था, निष्कासित किया गया था, तब भी रिपोर्ट उसी दिन पेश किया था, उसी दिन चर्चा हुआ था, वो भी 10 एमपी के लिए, जहां तो वो जस्ट स्ट्रिंज ऑपरेशन था। एक्चुअली उसमें कई लोग पैसा दिया नहीं दिया, उसके लिए उस चर्चा में मैं नहीं जा रहा हूं। मैं ये कह रहा हूं इट वॉज ए स्ट्रिंज ऑपरेशन। बट वेयर एज इसमें जो घटना घटी है उसने तो स्वयं उन्होंने स्वीकारा है, मुझे ऐसे ब्रांड का स्कार्फ मिला है, ऐसे ब्रांड का लिपस्टिक मिला है, उन्होंने तो इनकार नहीं किया है। एंड शी हैज ट्रैवल्ड मोर देन 36 टाइम टू वेरियस अदर प्लेसेस। इधर से अगर समझो टोक्यो गए, टोक्यो से कहाँ गए वो तो आंकड़ा नहीं है, लेकिन टोक्यो तक ऐसे इधर से जो फॉरेन डेस्टिनेशन गए 36 टाइम गए हैं। और हिरानंदानी ने स्वीकार कर दिया है कि ये तो इनका पूरा जर्नी तो मैंने स्पॉन्सर किया हूँ। इसके बावजूद भी पश्चाताप व्यक्त करने से वो पेपरलेस किया है, तुरंत हमने अपलोड किया है। ऑपरेशनल पार्ट जो है वो 15-20 पेज का है, तो मुझे भी 15-20 पेज वो जब प्रेजेंट हुआ तब भी मैं भी पढ़ा। और दूसरी बात, ये जो प्रेसिडेंट है 2005 में जब 10 एमपीओ को निकाला गया था, निष्कासित किया गया था, तब भी रिपोर्ट उसी दिन पेश किया था, उसी दिन चर्चा हुआ था, वो भी 10 एमपी के लिए, जहां तो वो जस्ट स्ट्रिंज ऑपरेशन था। एक्चुअली उसमें कई लोग पैसा दिया नहीं दिया, उसके लिए उस